All right, I think we're going to get started. I want to welcome everybody. My name is Seth Kirschenberg. I'm the Executive Director of Energy Communities Alliance. And I just want to welcome you to this virtual cleanup workshop. We're excited about today's meeting. We have about 750 people that we're expecting throughout the day based on registrations. And before we get started, I really want to thank the ECA board, the FCOG board, and Department of Energy for working together on this important conference. As many of you know, there's been a lot of ups and downs this year, and we're real happy that we were able to still put this meeting together for all of you when we had a lot of adversity, let's just say. I also want to remind everybody that we sent out an attendee packet, and it's available on the Cleanup Workshop webpage. And it contains today's agenda, a schedule of upcoming ECA meetings, a handout from EM on the vision statement that Ike White's going to talk about, and there's a handout from FCOG. And you should have received the link to it yesterday, but if you go to cleanupworkshop.com, it's also available there. Also, we're taping the meeting, and it'll be available online after the meeting in approximately 15 to 30 days, as we have done in the past. Please make sure, if you look at the bottom of your screen and move your mouse, there's a question button. Please ask your questions from that line, and we will try and get to them either in the particular session, or we will also try and respond to many of them afterwards. Before we get started, I also really want to thank our sponsors, without whom we wouldn't be able to hold this meeting. We were able to keep the registration really to a nominal amount based on those sponsors. So I just want to thank Fluor, Jacobs, Bechtel, Longnecker and Associates, Veolia, Holtec, Oak Ridge Technologies, Northwind, Boston Government Services, Permafix, Studsvik, Hukaria, Ascendant. Please, as we would normally do at a meeting, please join me in thanking them. I think what I'm going to do is get started, hand this over. You're going to see we've got a great lineup today, and I'm really excited about it. So with that, I think I'm going to hand it over to Ron Woody, who's the County Executive for Roane County, Tennessee. He's the Chair of Energy Communities Alliance, and also to Michael Lemke, who's the Chair of the Energy Facility Contractors Group, as all of us know them as FCOG, and the President of Huntington Ingalls Industry Technical Solutions Division. So Ron, with that, let me hand it over to you.
Thank you, Seth. Good morning to some, good afternoon to others. Welcome to the 2020 National Cleanup Workshop. Of course, as Seth said, my name is Ron Woody. I'm County Executive of Roane County, Tennessee. We house part of the Oak Ridge DOE complex here. And I also served the last couple of years as chair of ECA. It's been an unusual year for us all, but we do appreciate everyone joining with us in this conference this year, and hopefully next year we can be person to person again. I think, as Seth said, we probably have almost 800 people who have paid to participate, and we'll have them coming and going throughout the afternoon. It's that record number of attendance. I think it really shows the importance and the interest of our meetings. ECA, DOE, and FCOG have collaborated to put together this virtual workshop, and we have some great speakers. Department of Energy, Undersecretary Paul Dabbar. We have IQI, Todd Schrader, and from Tennessee, we'll have our Congressman Chuck Fleischmann joining us also. It has been my privilege to assist in opening this conference the past several years, and I want to say to everyone, thank you for this opportunity and bringing me into this DOE family and contractor family and all these colleagues we have. I truly enjoy providing the opening remarks and really you all allowing me to share a few stories. And as I got my script a little bit from the staff, they had a little place that insert story here. So what I wanted kind of to say today, I love object lessons. I think it helps us remember important aspects of messages. And in my office, I have crayons. You know, the crayons is a lesson to help us explain a situation or a problem. If someone comes in and they cannot explain it with a crayon, I think they're making sometimes our problems too difficult. Also in my office, I have a football. Some of y'all have been in my office, I know, and I share this with you. Most people know the Vince Lombardi story. One of the greatest coaches of all times was having a losing season. And in about I think it was 61, he got all of his talented, experienced athletes together when they started the season. And he said, "Gentlemen, this is a football." It's kind of an iconic story of us getting back to the basic fundamentals. As we were preparing for this conference, though, Marty Snyder, he came up with what he said the three important pillars of its importance of our conference. And, Marty's very intellectual and very philosophical in explaining this to us. And the Southern Appalachian boy I am, it went back to an object lesson, the old milk stool. So some of you all have probably milked a few cows, and some of you all probably haven't. You probably think the milk comes from a jug in the grocery store, but I thought, I need a milk stool as an example. So I asked one of the girls in the office, or some of the girls in the office, if they had one they decorated with. One of our newest hires, a young lady in her 30s, she says, "I have my grandmother's milking stool." And she said, "Well, I can get it. It's in my office." So right here's a milking stool. It's got 3 legs. And, we're proud of our Southern heritage, and we also bring our milking stools to the office. So it was next door in the next office. The stool has 3 legs, and if they are sturdy, they will perform the intended purpose. And Marty may call them pillars. I will call them legs. But if you look at the analogy, the ground is a firm foundation. I want to say that is our legislative action, that is EM funding. The legs are the 3 pillars, as Marty would say: DOE, contractors, and community. The seat, I want to say, is the National Cleanup Workshop, where we build trust and strengthen our relationships. And on the seat, you have our EM projects. So if funding is lacking, if the legs of the stool are weak, if the seat cracks, if the milker, the project, then is subject to fall. If you've ever been in a barn, what you fall into often is manure. Okay? So it sounded like a new chapter in a book. I have a lot of object lessons, and I may need to put that manure in a little bag and put it on my desk also. But as we come together, as we work together, we need to have a meaningful local government, of course, input, or at least advice, involvement into headquarters and site decisions. As we work together, we must build partnerships among our contractors and our communities. We must ensure among us all that we have adequate funding. We must provide reminders of past goals and promises to help us celebrate accomplishments and to motivate us for additional success. We must build trust and strengthen relationships. Today, we are here to continue this open discussion of challenges and opportunities. In kind of closing, I want to thank the staff of FCOG and ECA for helping put this program together. But particularly, we also want to thank our sponsors. Without our sponsors, we could not be here together. So please enjoy the conference. And at this time, I would like to turn it over to my friend, FCOG Chair Michael Lemke. Michael.
Thank you, Ron. There are a number of people that you'd never want to follow in introductions, and you're one of them. I have to say, I don't have any interesting things in my office at all. So I feel I've let you down already, sir. What I wanted to talk a little bit about is just the importance of partnership, the partnership and relationship between FCOG and ECA, who have aligned goals, along with our customer and ultimate partner, the department, I think is something that we have all been committed to working on and consistently working to evolve to the next level. We talked a little bit previously in a similar setting about some of the FCOG priorities. and our plan to craft a strategic plan to drive alignment and to really articulate the value proposition of what FCOG can do to support the larger enterprise. And you've each in the package that was sent out to you received a copy of what I'll call the initial version of the FCOG strategic priorities listing. And what we've done is we've looked at the task level initiatives that we're executing on behalf of the department at their request at the board level. Some of these we have collaborated directly with ECA and ECA members to really bring the full power of the partnership together in the answer. And you'll see effectively the 4 strategic priorities that we're working on are things that make very good sense to all of us, I think. Working collaboratively to ensure safe, secure, and effective operations across the complex. Working to ensure long-term availability of critical equipment, supplies, and infrastructure. Assuring that projects are completed on time and within the budget. And then, of course, the sustainment activity of recruiting, developing, and then retaining the right people to ensure the future mission needs of the department are met. And you'll see in that package along the left-hand side, these are the high-level activities that we have executed on behalf of the department, completed within the last 12 to 16 months. In the middle column, what you'll see are some of the things that we have ongoing right now at the request of the department, and some of those in collaboration with our ECA partners and large portions of the department working collaboratively to drive that forward. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see that as we continue to evolve the power and the delivery model for FCOG and value to the larger department, driving alignment for the large working groups to support those efforts to really bring that value to the larger organization. But I want to talk just a moment about some of the things that we have actually done together and think about the contributions of this organization as a large team, the team that's represented today on the call, some 450 participants in a virtual cleanup conference. It's absolutely staggering when you think about the size and the reach of this group in a virtual sense. It's hard to imagine, really, just 6 months ago, this would not have even sounded possible to have a video conference with this many people on it. But when you think about some of the things that we have done, we'll start with the workforce, because the workforce is important today, but it's critically important over the next decade as we see retirements. And the way we work will drive how we recruit and how we retain. And I think that part of the challenges that both Ron and Seth talked about are a collective overcoming of those challenges. We have learned to work in different and interesting ways. And I think that the workforce of the future will have to leverage some of these tools. And we've actually provided significant input as a team on how you recruit, train, and then develop craft workers in the NNSA workforce. And we've also delivered a set of recommendations on how telework might be valued, utilized, and appropriately leveraged in the future for DOE. So across the complex, we're tied directly into the workforce of today and thinking about how we recruit and then retain the workforce of tomorrow. Of course, safe and secure operations are important to all of us, and we have worked together on data quality validation, performance assurance, and then the communication of risk. That is one I want to talk about just for a second, where the partnership between FCOG, the Department of Energy, and of course our ECA partners really drove that ability to talk, quantify, and discuss risk in meaningful ways in our communities to the next level. And I think as we continue to work together, and not just in this conference, but on a daily basis, there are real opportunities for us to continue to evolve that partnership and drive value through into the conversation of how we accomplish our mutual goals of execution safely and effectively across the complex. I would tell you that today we are in fact going to have some amazing speakers, and it's not hard to believe. We'll have friends of the department, we'll have executive representation from the highest levels of the department, and I think that what we will see, what they will see as they participate, is the partnership, the alignment, the strategic alignment of this partnership across the full spectrum of the members of FCOG and the members of the ECA Alliance on the behalf of and in support of the critical missions being executed today by the Department of Energy across the nation. I think that as we continue to move forward, we're going to continue to learn lessons from COVID. And one of the biggest deliverables I think that we have done so far is a set of protocols to facilitate a conversation with how we might get back to work or continue to work in this particular evolving environment. I think it really leverages the impact and the force and benefit of FCOG to drive these lessons learned, not into a notebook to be put on a shelf, but to be created into a living document that we can continuously update, share, promulgate, and learn from. So it's not a product to gather dust. It's a product to keep us moving forward. And I think we've done a great job in leveraging that predisposition towards the sharing of lessons learned across the complex. I think that same document, a living document, will continue to be added to by the benefits of the teleworking document, which came out of COVID. But I think an exploration of how we might apply these tools that we're leveraging today into the future in a productive way that allows us to continue to execute in the face of adversity, I think will provide a significant foundation, as Ron calls it in his teaching moment, a foundation for us to set that stool on to move forward collectively so that nobody falls off into whatever Ron has on the floor of his office, right? So I think that as we continue to structure and see the vision, as we talk about the strategic alignment of FCOG, it's important to pay attention to the strategic alignment within the department. And I think what you'll find is there is great synergy there. And I would submit to you that that is not accidental. We are preeminently focused on driving the mission of the department forward in a safe and effective and secure fashion. And alignment at that strategic level is an absolute imperative for us to have. And we've worked hard to do that. With that, I will again just say thank you to ECA for your partnership. Thank you to the Department of Energy for your partnership. We are happy, pleased, and proud to be part of this activity today. And with that, Seth, I will turn it back over to you.
Great, thank you. And Ron, I'm going to hand it back over to you as well to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Seth. Our next speaker is our Representative Chuck Fleischmann. Chuck is from, of course, my home state of Tennessee. He co-chairs the House Nuclear Cleanup Caucus, and he's also an important member of the House Appropriation Committee. He champions environmental cleanup, and he's going to provide, hopefully for us today, some legislative insight of what's happened in the past and in the future. We appreciate the Cleanup Caucus event. We generally have it in conjunction with our cleanup workshop, but of course we're out of commission this year. He and Representative Ben Ray Luan, they kind of co-chair it, and we do that, and hopefully we'll get together again next year. So Congressman Chuck Fleischmann will provide us some remarks. Thank you, Chuck, for all you do. I appreciate what you do in our communities for the Department of Energy and all the work that you have done and will continue to do for the EM mission. So do we have Chuck somewhere around? There we go. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Ron Woody and everyone associated with this very important conference. Mayor Woody, of course, is the county mayor of Roane County. That is one of the key counties in which our beloved city of Oak Ridge sits. It sits in Anderson, and Roane County sits in 2 counties. Ron has worked with me year after year and has attended this conference and been a steadfast supporter of legacy cleanup. So Ron, you've been my partner. I want to thank you for all the work that you do, but I really want to thank everyone associated with the legacy cleanup mission. This is very important to me, not only as an appropriator, not only as a Tennessean, but also as an American. So I thank each and every one of you for all of your hard work.
Are we more likely to see a CR or minibus appropriations this year? If we do have a CR, when will the FY 2021 energy and water appropriations be passed?
It's a great question. The House did its job this year in terms of addressing appropriation bills, and I was very, very privileged to participate in that process. On the EM side, I know it's very important that we get budgets passed, but it's preferable that we have a CR to a government shutdown, and we will not have a government shutdown. The CR probably will be short-term. Our fiscal year begins on October the 1st. My anticipation is that we will pass a short-term CR sometime into December probably, and then address that. So I think ultimately we will be able to address it from a budget standpoint, but in the interim, I think we'll get a short-term CR.
Um, a lot of long-term milestones were reached in 2020 by EM. What new strategic initiatives should EM undertake in 2021?
Well, as you all know, EM is near and dear to my heart. I'm the National Nuclear Cleanup Caucus Chair. I've maintained that position for several years now, and we clean up legacy sites all across the country, including in Oak Ridge, which is very near and dear to me. On our reservation, I think the EM work has been exemplary. It's been on time, on budget, or under budget, and I just look to the ETTP site, for example, where the largest building in the world was taken down, and we're cleaning it up and revitalizing it. So we've had a lot of tremendous accomplishments, but we have actually decades of work to do, not only at the Oak Ridge Reservation, but around the country in our sister sites. So as the federal government fulfills its obligation to communities all across the country to clean up legacy sites, I think we need to honor the milestones that we've already had and accomplished and continue to look at that Oak Ridge model. I think the UCOR folks have done a very good job at the site, but there are very good contractors actually bidding for work all across the country and doing work all across the country, and we welcome very robust participation.
Is Congress planning to extend the continued payments for DOE contractors that was included in the CARES Act, expiring at the end of September?
I'm glad you asked me that question. On September 30th, that key provision of the CARES Act is going to expire. I've heard from a lot of our friends in the DOE communities and beyond to work to extend that key provision so that the federal government continues to compensate contractors at this most critical time. I think it's important. In my view, the DOE work is critical. These are critical workers. It should be continued, and we should do everything in terms of our availability and in terms of our advocacy to extend that. I'm going to work to extend that past September 30th. I hope we can get it done.
Other than appropriations / the NDAA, can we expect any new legislation impacting the nuclear complex next session?
Yes. I think our country is experiencing a nuclear renaissance, and that's very important. Obviously, when we talk about legacy cleanup, we're cleaning up problems from the past, but as our country continues to move forward, particularly in the nuclear arena, I think we're going to see more and more people look to support this on both sides of the aisle and in both houses, the House and the Senate. So I'm looking forward to working with our friends who are authorizers. As most of you know, I'm a key appropriator on the Energy and Water Subcommittee of Appropriations. So in addition to funding these key initiatives, we want to make sure that we work with our authorizers and listen to our constituents to make sure that we stay on the forefront of this great nuclear renaissance in America.
Great, thank you, Congressman Fleischmann. One of the other things that Congressman Fleischmann has been a big supporter of, as you can see on my hat, is the Manhattan Project National Historical Park, which we really appreciate all the support. It's always something that we highlight at the National Cleanup Workshop, and it's something that's important to us. I'm trying to follow my chair's lead in picking up various pieces of artifacts that are in my office. And this is one that I received last time I was in Oak Ridge. And the other thing I wanted to announce was ECA actually just started this week. The ECA board decided to self-fund a new initiative on new nuclear energy initiatives, where we're going to be focused on workforce training issues. We're going to be focused on small modular reactors, microreactors, and the role that local communities around the Department of Energy sites play in that development. So we're real excited about that, and we launched it yesterday on our webpage. With that, I'm going to introduce our next moderator. And our next moderator is new to EM, but she is definitely not new to the Department of Energy. She's the new Associate Principal Deputy Secretary for Field Operations. It was just announced, I believe, just a couple of weeks ago. She comes to the EM office from Savannah River, where she was NNSA's SRS manager. And prior to that, she was the NNSA manager at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. She has over 28 years experience in the DOE complex, and she's also served as U.S. diplomat representing the department in several posts. Welcome to EM on behalf of the local communities. We heard good things about you from the community around the Savannah River site. We look forward to your direct engagement with our communities. Your predecessors were really instrumental in facilitating long-term strong relationships, and we're excited about the next panel because really they are the leaders in a lot of our minds and do the hard work at a lot of the sites. I know they'll point to the workforce and we point to them, so we really appreciate it. So with that, I want to hand it over to Nicole to start our next session. Welcome, Nicole.
Thank you, Seth. Good morning to some and good afternoon to others. I know we have people from across the country and the world tuning in from different time zones. Yes, Seth, I am like you. I don't have everything in my office yet. It's been a couple of weeks, so I haven't had the opportunity to bring all of the things from my travels into the office either, but I'm sure I will get there. It is an honor and pleasure to be participating in my first NCW, and a first for everyone as the first virtual NCW. So I'm not feeling alone, at least in first today. We look forward to hearing from Undersecretary Paul Dabbar and also Ike White about the significant success EM has had in our cleanup effort. But first, we are opening the NCW panel sessions with some of the dedicated women and men who have led the way at our sites to make that success happen. They will be highlighting EM's success from across the complex. Let us begin in South Carolina with Mike Budney and Frank Shepard discussing SWPF. First, we have Mike Budney, manager at Savannah River Site Operations Office. He was appointed manager in February of 2018. He leads a workforce of about 11,000 government and contractor personnel to perform the EM work and important missions, including nuclear material storage and disposition, tank waste cleanup, and management of Savannah River National Laboratory, EM's corporate lab. Mr. Budney is a retired Navy captain with 29 years of service. He earned a bachelor's degree in physics from the U.S. Naval Academy, and he also holds a master's of science degree in electrical engineering from the Naval Postgraduate School and an MBA from the University of Maryland. And he will be joined by Frank Shepard, who is the Senior Vice President and SWPF Project Manager. Mr. Shepard has 21 years of federal government experience prior to entering the private sector. He joined Parsons in September of 2011, and as the contracts manager, assumed the role of project manager in April of 2015. He earned a BS in chemical engineering at Widener University in Chester, Pennsylvania, and completed the leadership program at the Federal Executive Institute in Charlottesville, Virginia. With that, we'll start with Mike.
Hey, Nicole, thanks for the introduction. Much appreciated. And thanks to Energy Community Alliance and FCOG for figuring out how to host this event this year and giving us the opportunity to talk about our projects. We're pretty excited. So let's get right to it. We're really on the verge of a new era in processing radioactive waste down here at Savannah River. We're only a couple of weeks from starting hot operations of our brand new salt waste processing facility that has been 18 years in the making. Now, of course, nothing happens without people. We have a great team down here. Nicole mentioned Frank Shepard on the Parsons side has led the effort to develop an entire team to run this new facility. He led them through a rigorous process of certification, maintenance and testing to prepare for the start of the operation. It was a long road, successfully navigated to bring us a significant increase in the rate of processing. With SWPF, we'll be able to accomplish our mission of tank cleanup down here decades earlier than we would otherwise have been able to do so. On the DOE side, Pam Marks led our team. She set the high standards for that rigorous certification, did an incredible job of coordinating all the entities from outside the project, both on and off site, who have equities either in the startup or the operation of the facility. And also did a superb job in verifying that we are ready in all respects to begin operations. Now I'm going to discuss some of the aspects of the Savannah River Site Liquid Waste Program, both where we've been, where we're going. They're going to enable us to take advantage of the potential offered by the salt waste processing facility. And Frank will talk, I think, directly to the facility itself. So our challenge, we have 35 million gallons of liquid radioactive waste still here at the site. It's in 43 carbon steel tanks, some of which are in the water table. Now, why did they put them in the water table back in the day? Because the system was designed to be gravity fed at that point. And so that's why they're down there. But it presents a problem for us. They're also carbon steel. That's the material that was available back in the 50s when we put it together. Unfortunately, we're using acidic processes back then to process material. Meant we had to neutralize the material that was put in the tanks, which results in the complication of having salt solution, salt cake, and the sludge that we have today over in those tanks that we have to get rid of. DHEC is the South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control has stated this is the biggest environmental concern in the state, and so we treat it as our priority. Our number one priority on all our missions down here to get this thing taken care of, and SWPF will help us do that. Now, those tanks, the original design only accommodated filling tanks. Nothing was incorporated at that point when they were built to enable emptying the tanks later on. I suppose our predecessors wanted to be sure we'd have something to do this century, and we do. And each tank requires specialized infrastructure to prepare it for removal. And that runs us between $20 and $24 million per tank to prep those tanks and get them ready for us to be able to remove the material from them. To date, the system we've used from the tank farms, we've sent the sludge to the Defense Waste Processing Facility, which has been in operation for, I think, about 15 years now. And we vitrify the waste over there, turn it into glass, put it in stainless steel canisters, and then store it in our glass waste storage buildings until we have a final repository in the country for that material. Other material was sent to a system called the Actinide Removal Process Modular Caustic Side Extraction Unit, affectionately known as ARP-MCU. And that separated the radioactive components from the non-radioactive salt solution using a chemical separation process. That was a 3-year pilot project that we ran for 11 years. Highly successful, but important because beyond the material that it processed, it is the chemical process that was developed some years ago and is being implemented in SWPF. So enable us to really prove out that chemical process and do some other R&D to make sure we're really ready with a facility that could handle this. That radioactive waste that it separated through ARP-MCU also went to DWPF. And the decontaminated salt solution is sent to our saltstone production facility, where we turn it into grout and then put it into tanks that we also construct on site for permanent storage of that material. Because we can't put that salt solution back in the environment. So we have to have a secure place where we can put it for the long term permanently. And starting in early 2019, we began using a newly installed tank closure cesium removal process. It's an ion exchange process that enables us to pull the cesium out of some of the tanks. So it's been pretty successful so far. It was the first of its kind. I think they're going to use a similar method out at Hanford, and it enables us to have another means to continue processing material. So what's the problem? Well, ARP, MCU, and Ticker each have a capacity of about 1 million gallons per year processing. So 2 million gallons total. We got 35 million gallons of waste. But to get it out of the tanks, because it's salt solution or salt cake, you have to dilute it by about a factor of 3. So we end up with about 100 million gallons of material we have to process. 2 million gallons a year, that's about 5 decades worth of work, if everything worked all the time. And I'm pretty sure those of you in industry are aware of what the chances are of getting 100% operational availability out of a system over the course of 50 years. So fortunately, EM recognized this years ago and embarked on the SWPF project in 2002 to help accelerate the waste processing. So what's coming? Well, SWPF will have the potential versus the 2 million gallons per year that Ticker and ARP-MCU gave us to process 6, maybe as high as 9 million gallons of liquid waste per year. That'll accelerate the program. Our current timeline shows we'll process all the liquid by about 2034 and enable removing all the tanks from service by 2037. Tank removal from service means that we've cleaned it to an agreed upon standard that with South Carolina DHEC and EPA both current at standard. We clean it and then we fill it with grout. And that's when they're removed from service. So that's why it takes us to 2037 to get that done. Now, we can't just drop SWPF into the existing system. In order to bring that system online, it took a lot of planning by Jim Folk, who's our assistant manager for waste disposition. Tom Foster, who used to run the liquid waste program for us as the president of the Savannah River Remediation company, and now Phil Breidenbach, who has taken over as president of that organization. They did an incredible job of making sure that all the rest of the system is ready to go as SWPF comes on, and it took a lot of effort to do that. The entire liquid waste program operates as one system. The SWPF, tank farms, where we prep the feed, saltstone facility, where we make the grout, DWPF, where we make the glass waste storage buildings, and the saltstone disposal units. They all have to operate together. The system can't move any faster than the slowest of those components. So to take advantage of SWPF, we had to do a lot of things. We had to shut down ARP-MCU last summer, stop processing. That was to enable us to tie the tank farms in to SWPF, because the same piping that ARP-MCU used to get the material out of tank farms has to be used to get the material a couple miles over to SWPF. So that was shut down last summer, and all the work was done by SRR right on time, and they're ready to go. We had to upgrade tank farm capabilities to generate enough feed to feed SWPF. And I mentioned before that those tanks take a lot of specialized equipment to get installed. So depending on whether you're doing a salt batch preparation or if it's sludge preparation, it's 3 to 4.5 year process for each tank to be prepared to provide that feed or sludge to the process. So to be ready for SWPF, we have to now prepare more tanks in parallel than we did before, and we're into the expensive part of preparing them. We have more infrastructure installations are required. We have to add another blend tank. We have 2. We have to get a third one ready this year so that we can blend the materials, because the way we do it is we have a consistent formula that we'll send to SWPF, so it meets the waste acceptance criteria over at Saltstone and DWPF. And so we kind of make a blend. We don't process one tank at a time. We take material from a number of tanks and really a dizzying when you see the sheet that shows how we figure out all these tanks and which ones to take material out of. It is amazing scheme that they come up with to get the material. So we don't, and the point is that we don't have to recertify the glass and DWPF every time. We're sending a consistent material every time, so we can just keep the system flowing without doing a lot of additional analysis. We get it done one time. And all these things require more personnel. Over at the Saltstone facility, we have to be able to go faster. We did material upgrades to improve reliability over there. We're looking at a new grout formulation to make cement without using any cement. And then we had to add more staff to get to 3-shift operations. Over in DWPF, we have to increase sludge processing so we can go from about 35 canisters a year to 150 plus. Again, more staff, more materials. Glass waste storage building. When originally constructed, they could only handle about half of the glass canisters that we think we're going to produce over the course of this. So some time ago, we figured out how to double stack glass waste storage building number 1. That still leaves us, I think, 1,300 positions short. But we've got a plan now that we're reviewing to do some design changes and enable double stacking in glass waste storage number 2, which will enable us to have enough excess capacity beyond what we think we're going to produce in glass and prevent having to build another glass waste storage building, which are really big concrete vaults built at grade that we lower the glass canisters down into. Saltstone disposal units. These are about, I said we got 100 million gallons of processed salt solution we got to take care of. But by the time you make it into grout, it turns into about 180 million gallons. And so we are building 6 32 million gallon concrete tanks called saltstone disposal units to take that grout. It takes us 2 or 3 years to build each one, and we'll fill them in about 16 to 18 months. These are 370-foot diameter, 42-foot high concrete tanks we're building in one area of the site. We need to build them simultaneously. Right now, we're building tanks at 7, 8, and 9 at the same time. And they're all in different stages of construction. Again, these components are all part of one system. We operate at the rate set by the slowest component. So if we get a change in funding, either up or down, we have to spread that across all those components to keep everything synchronized. We don't get to make preferentially fund one piece over the other because they all have to operate at the same speed. And SWPF is like putting a big gear right in the middle there. It's going to operate at a whole lot faster speed than we have done in the past. So Nicole, that's what I got, and hopefully Frank will fill you all in on the SWPF itself. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Mike did a great job of explaining the liquid waste system and how SWPF fits into that process. And I just want to start off by thanking Seth and Michael and Nicole for allowing us this opportunity. I have to admit, I've been anxious over the last 2 years thinking that SWPF is getting very, very close, and we're going to be on this panel for the last 2 years. And as most of you know, with a first-of-a-kind complex nuclear facility, anything can happen, and in a lot of cases it does. But as Mike said, the teamwork down there between Parsons and Pam and her DOE team, along with the integration now into the liquid waste system, has really proven to be a big success, and we're very anxious and eager. Having said that, I do want to highlight, I'm going to gloat here on behalf of the project, but also the workforce. We are very lucky at Savannah River site to have an outstanding workforce, from the craft people to our operators to technicians. It's a very competitive environment down there, but we have been very successful in making sure that we can maintain a workforce and all the people who have made SWPF a success over the last 18 years. As Mike said, we're now poised for success here to accelerate the processing of the 35 million gallons of rad waste that's in the steel tanks, carbon steel tanks. In order to do that, we're going to have to process through SWPF about 100 million gallons. We achieved CD4, Critical Decision 4 and ATO on August 17th, and we're on the verge of introducing the first radioactive material into the facility. So it is exciting times down at Savannah River. It is extremely important because with a facility like SWPF, when you look at environmental liabilities, we go from what is essentially a $2 billion investment on behalf of DOE and an asset to whenever you introduce radioactive material into the facility, it may come to a 10 to $20 billion liability. But in order to avoid that, we have planned in early on the eventual D&D of the facility. Hard to believe we're considering D&D when we haven't even started the facility, but we have the experience throughout the DOE complex over the last 30 years to prevent such things from happening, where we can thoroughly process all the material that's necessary at Savannah River, complete the necessary flushing, and have hopefully a very effective, cost-effective, and efficient D&D eventually of SWPF not too long in the near future here. So I want to give you a brief history, not going to go through everything, but we started back in 2002 with our design work. We had design criteria changes. We switched from ISO 9000 to NQA1, and that introduces a lot of changes and revisions to the design work. As Mike said, DOE made a great decision with SWPF and ARP-MCU to invest in that pilot project. SRR has done a great job in getting that up and running. Both Parsons and SRR have been working together. And again, it gives you that proven technology where we have very high confidence that SWPF is going to perform as designed. It gives you a test bed for any changes. We jointly tested the next generation solvent, which may be introduced into SWPF in the near future. And again, implementation of NGS at ARP-MCU. So there are many benefits with having ARP-MCU up and running. With construction, we started construction in 2008. And as most of you know, with construction of a large nuclear facility, we experienced a lot of what we call vendor atrophy, limited resources and limited sources, vendors, and long lead time on common items. But we worked through all of those. We had some issues mainly with our large ASME vessels being delivered around the 2010, 2011 timeframe. So the department and Parsons worked together collaboratively to make some contract changes and shifted to what was termed skin in the game, where Parsons accepted that risk and putting corporate resources at risk. And we delivered multiple times in construction. First was completion of the SWPF prime facility, ahead of schedule by about 8 months and underrun by about $65 million. So what we did, again, in conjunction with the department, is we took that savings from the construction of the main facility and we doubled down. We went and developed, DOE tasked us to develop and construct the next generation solvent facility. We had a target cost there of $20 million and we delivered it for $14 million. Again, a great investment by DOE. When you look at it and potential capacities or capability of SWPF with NGS, you had a $2 billion SWPF facility, and for $14 million, you may be able to double the throughput of that facility and significantly reduce the long-term cost at Savannah River site. And again, the other thing that we've done along the way, we're in the process of doing our third document, is a formal lessons learned. Pam Marks and DOE has formally tasked us to do that. We did that for construction and document closeout, and we're in the process of finalizing our testing and commissioning lessons learned that hopefully can be employed throughout the complex. So moving into testing and commissioning, briefly, we had 60 system operability tests and 5 integrated system operability tests to be conducted during the testing phase. As you all know, transitioning from construction to the testing and commissioning phase, it uses a completely different approach, a workforce and posture, both from the workforce itself, but also from our management approach and schedule, cost, and contingency. Testing and commissioning, we did experience realized risk through the testing process. We experienced some significant obsolescence with our Westlock valve positioners, but both the department and Parsons technically evaluated the issue, the availability of parts and what was the right thing to do. And I think in the end, we both decided that it was necessary and prudent to go back and replace all of those positioners. While that caused a little bit of delay in schedule and cost, it was the right thing to do for the long-term success of SWPF. Readiness, we have a state-of-the-art laboratory in SWPF that was essentially built from the ground up, not only the plant itself, but the people and the resources there necessary to get the training and the readiness and proficiency to run that laboratory. And not only can it accomplish the SWPF missions, but we're also looking at augmenting other site services. And they proved, again, getting back to the workforce, they did an unbelievable job. We had a design capacity performance test that was run over a year ago, where we really exercised the facility to demonstrate the throughput capacity, and the laboratory personnel took an unbelievable amount of samples, all within the time thresholds. So again, getting the facility up and running as well as the people takes a lot of work. As Mike alluded to, the readiness process is very stringent, deservedly so. And we went through some perturbations with the Corps and the door, the contractor ORR, and the department ORR, but we were able to get through those collectively. We had the typical challenges, and I apologize for using the F word, but fire protection always takes a lot of scrutiny. And we had some challenges and improvements there, along with radiation protection, emergency preparedness, and work planning and control. But again, we got out of that together. We put the necessary corrective actions in place. And coming out of our door into February, March of this year, we're ready to roll. And what do we have? A global pandemic and COVID-19. So as we sit around looking and evaluating our risk registers, we kind of now know what the unknown unknowns are there, because we never envisioned, at least I never envisioned, having to deal with a global pandemic, both on the workforce and the impacts of a project like this. But we worked through that as well. And we've been, I think the site, particularly Savannah River, as well as the complex, has had a good posture in coming back to work gradually in the phases that we have. SWPF had a little bit of a spike a couple of weeks ago. We were fortunate throughout the first phase not to have any kind of significant numbers, and we've got through that as well by implementing proper COVID-19 protocols, taking the necessary quarantine actions, and getting people back to work safely. What we've been doing over the last couple of weeks and the upcoming weeks here is really getting the facility ready, prepared physically to accept the first batch, as well as integrating more with SRR. We've been doing that. Pam Marks introduced integrated meetings with both Jim Folk and SRR probably over 18 months ago, which was a great idea. And we've been integrating and interacting with them for quite a while, but that has obviously picked up here over the last 3 or 4 months. So after the door was complete, we needed to close out the dark cells. We had to install and weld the permanent manway covers on our dark cell vessels. We had to remove all the temporary modifications that were used during commissioning. We had scaffolding still in our dark cells that was used for commissioning. And we did the final cleaning and inspections of each of the dark cells in the tanks. We worked collaboratively with SRR to take 3D, very vivid 3D pictures that we can document any kind of potential for use in the future. But again, that was a good collaborative effort, both by Parsons SRR and DOE as well. So during the dark cell outage, we also took advantage of several balance of plant temporary modifications that were also restored, mainly in the AFF vessels, and also removal of our temporary radio repeater system and restoration of several sampling ports. While we were also out in the dark cell outage, we made a few changes to improve the reliability and overall robustness of SWPF that were gained from lessons learned during commissionings. These included installation of permanent C6 strip effluent humidity monitors, replacement of our monosodium titanate transfer pumps, and installation of small compressors in the event of a diesel generator failure. But again, we try to take advantage of that opportunity when we're working on the dark cell work, which took about 6 weeks to complete. And now we're starting into the real facility integration. We have been very proactive with SRR to prepare for this first batch transfer. We conducted inter-area transfer procedures that were reviewed in a tabletop forum with DOE and SRR, Defense Board present. We identified and incorporated improvements and changes for those procedures, both on SWPF sides and on SRR side. And again, we have good cooperative agreements and touring of all the facilities and all of the plants within the liquid waste system. We're kind of leaving that island of a capital light item project, and we have transitioned into what is truly an integrated liquid waste system now with the multiple plants, as Mike alluded to early on. And again, we attend weekly integration meetings that are aligned between the DOE offices and with SRR. And again, our target is to get radioactive material into the facility as soon as possible, and we're targeting the first week in October. So lastly, winding up, we're in the middle of conducting a 3-batch run. Again, it's for the facility prep to complete to ensure we have the plant reliability. And we also established the necessary tank levels throughout SWPF to ensure the proper dilution of the initial radioactive waste transfers into the facility. So in summary, the design, construction, and testing and commissioning of SWPF, particularly in a greenfield environment, is an incredible accomplishment. Parsons hit the CD4 date within the original CD0 estimate. It was a broad estimate, but working with the department and again, the teamwork that Mike highlighted early on, we were able to accomplish that in August of this year. And again, the future is extremely bright for SRS. I think everybody's anxious and eager for SWPF to get up and running. There's a excellent regulatory framework and cooperation. Hopefully we'll have continued support for sustained funding that will enable the accelerated tank closure. And again, it's a rare opportunity, but again, Parsons and SWPF are part of the liquid waste team, eager to work together and do our part to maximize performance of the overall liquid waste system. And with that, I'll hand it back to you, Nicole.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Frank, for an excellent overview of SWPF and the activities there. We do have one question. We have time for one question, and I would remind everyone that is on that we will be taking questions via the Q&A right after each panel. So for you, Mike, for SWPF, what is the #1 commissioning best practice lessons learned that could be applied elsewhere in the complex?
Yeah, I thought one of the best things we did was this initiative by Pam Marks, where she established a line management review board, and that brought together all the folks from the government side who had to review all the requirements. As Frank's team finished them, we would bring them in front of that board and we review them in detail and make sure that there was nothing missing, that we hit all the marks, sent back where we had to get further information, or if in some cases they didn't meet the mark and we had to redo something. I thought that was a great, instead of just having the project team do it, she brought all the players together, because the project team goes away at some point and the rest of the team is left operating the system. So they took, as Frank said earlier, they had skin in the game and figuring out how we're going to get this thing done and get it certified. So.
Excellent, excellent best practice. Thank you. Well, now we'll move to East Tennessee to hear about the Oak Ridge East Tennessee Technology Park, Vision 2020, with Jay Mullis and Ken Reuter. First, Jay will kick us off, and Jay is the manager of the Oak Ridge EM office. He is responsible for safely executing the environmental cleanup of the 32,400 acre Oak Ridge Reservation, which entails successfully managing the cleanup of the East Tennessee Technology Park, the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, and the Y-12 National Security Complex. Before serving as manager, he began serving as OREM's deputy manager in February 2015. Jay holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina, and he is a licensed professional engineer in the state of South Carolina. And joining him is Ken Reuter, President and Chief Executive Officer of UCOR, the Department of Energy's cleanup contractor for Oak Ridge Reservation. As president of UCOR, Ken has guided and motivated a professional management team and hundreds of skilled workers as they successfully undertake the largest environmental cleanup in DOE's history. Ken has a Bachelor's of Science of Chemical Engineering from Cleveland State University and graduated from the Moore School of Business, University of South Carolina Executive Management Program. So with that, we will go to you, Jay.
Thanks, Nicole. I appreciate it. And good afternoon to everybody out there from East Tennessee. Before I jump into this, I did want to reflect a minute on the intros, because it's always interesting to hear when you have your own bio read out. After all these years of working with a bunch of chemical engineers and nuclear engineers, it's nice to know there's a fellow electrical engineer down there in South Carolina as well. And of course, Ike is an electrical engineer. So I think we're finally climbing to where we deserve to be. I just want to throw that out for all the non-electricals out there. Getting into this, we're pretty excited today to be able to come and talk about what we've accomplished here with reaching Vision 2020. Certainly is a monumental accomplishment for the program, not just for Oak Ridge, but for the whole environmental management program. Can you advance the slide for me? This isn't working. Thanks. So this gives you an idea really about what's been done in Oak Ridge out at East Tennessee Technology Park. We had a slide here that for years we would have a bunch of blue buildings and then color them in with green as we tore them down. You can see they're all green now, and you can read the metrics on the slide yourself to kind of get an idea of the accomplishments. But in addition to that, our mission is to get EM off the ETTP site. And to that end, we've initiated land transfers to legacy management. We have been transferring property for many years now over to the community for redevelopment. And so that continues and has actually accelerated over the last couple of years. And then, of course, we out here as part of I think it was mentioned earlier, Seth mentioned the Manhattan Project National Park. Certainly, ETTP has a place in that as well. You can see the K-25 building shaped in the U there in the middle. That, of course, is part of the national park. And, of course, there's a history center that we built out there as well. So in addition to turning property over out there, we're helping commemorate the history of the site as well. We do still have a little bit of groundwater work to do out there and a little bit of soils work that will be completed over the next couple of years. So certainly proud to join the club. You can see the other closures and completions that have happened and when those took place of major EM accomplishments, and we're certainly very proud to be a member of that club now. Part of what helped us get there, when Ron and Michael opened up the conference, they talked a little bit about partnerships. Certainly that's a theme we talk about quite a bit here in Oak Ridge because we think that's one of the secrets to our success. Certainly a partnership between DOE and the contractor, between us and labor. We certainly could not get done what we need to get done without the men and women that come to work every day, and in many cases work in some pretty unpleasant environments when you're in some of these old buildings before they're torn down. Partnerships with our local government, stakeholder, regulators. And here in Oak Ridge, we certainly have to work quite a bit with our sister program offices that operate Oak Ridge National Laboratory and the Y-12 security complex. Could not get it done either without the support we get from headquarters, the administration, and certainly the funding we get from Congress. We've had quite a bit of support over the last number of years from Congress, and we certainly appreciate the funds the appropriators give us. To that end, we're always looking to demonstrate our investment worthiness. So we do our best to get our projects done on time or ahead of schedule, on budget or under budget, and we've been pretty successful in doing that. That is one of our guiding principles. We actually have 4 guiding principles that we've stuck to over several years now in Oak Ridge. One of those is investment worthiness and maintaining that investment worthiness. The other is maintaining an unwavering commitment to safety. Everything we do through a lens of safety. We want folks to go home the way they showed up in the morning. We finish what we start. One of the criticisms, if you go back about 15 years ago, is we were doing a lot of work here in Oak Ridge and we were not getting any of it completed. So we decided to refocus and start focusing on what today would be called end states, but to finish what you start and have it very clear in contracts what the end state expectation was, and certainly reducing risk to protect people and the environment. We can't always get a building on the ground because of the size and expense that that takes, but we can certainly look for what's the big bang for the buck in reducing risk. And so that has helped us frame this and helped us get to the end and reach this accomplishment. We'll go to the next slide. So really the goal here wasn't to compare to other sites so much as it was just to give you an idea, a metric to see the magnitude of what's been accomplished in Oak Ridge. And this was a massive undertaking for us, 20 years in the making, 4 or 5 managers, depending on how you want to count them, in the making. I certainly didn't get this done all on my own. I had predecessors that certainly set us on the right path. But getting here, I think, gives credibility to the whole EM program and certainly demonstrates the return on investment. If you invest those dollars, what's the return that the public, that Congress, and get back? And I think that's what you see here. This is the return on the investment that was made here. And this turns what's a liability for DOE into an asset for the community. And that's a pretty big deal. That's kind of intangible in a way, but a big deal when you think about it. You want to go to the next one? And so one of the other, I think, keys to our success here has been effective waste management. This slide, I think, gives you a little bit of the idea, the magnitude of the waste management. It's not always the fun thing to talk about, but it certainly becomes the limiting factor in many cases for any of the cleanup work we're doing. You have to have somewhere to put the waste or to send the waste to. And you can see the amount of waste that has been generated at the cleanup at ETTP. Certainly part of what has made that ability to disposition that waste has been having on-site disposal capability that we've had here. We've got our own circle disposal cell. Being able to have that on-site certainly means we're kind of masters of our own destiny for the waste that goes into those cells. And so for us to be able to continue to have this kind of progress at Y12 and ORNL, which is the next areas we'll be focusing on, we're going to continue to need on-site disposal capability. You want to go to the next? And so before we're fixing to transition here into a video. And before we get that, I just want to give you kind of the backdrop here. What you're going to see is a time-lapse video of the last major facility that was on site that the takedown of that meant we had met Vision 2020. So if you want to cue the video up.
Okay. So again, I'm Ken Reuter. I'm UCOR President and Chief Executive. And so where Jay had given you kind of a kind of full integrated picture of the entire journey with regard to ultimately the successful completion of the ETTP, or East Tennessee Technology Park cleanup. You know, a number of you, I think, have been participating in the National Cleanup Workshop for the years that it's been put on, and over the course of that, we've been sharing with you sort of our journey that we've been going on, and so I wanted to kind of fill in the gap based on the messages that we had been sharing over the last 4 years or so as we've been participating in the cleanup workshop. With regard to just a reminder on where it started, how we got there, the path that we followed, and then where we currently sit. So a little bit on history. We were awarded the contract in 2011. Matter of fact, I distinctly remember the call at 10 o'clock a.m. on April 29th from the source selection official, who will go unnamed, and congratulating us. And interesting enough, saying how much he looked forward to seeing us in Oak Ridge, Tennessee on May 2nd. And so thus the journey began. One of the things that I think was fundamentally important, and Jay had brought that up, was that from the very beginning, during the transition period, we made a significant series of commitments to both the client, the community, and the workforce. And first and foremost was that, as Jay pointed out, everybody was going to go home the same way they came to work every day, regardless of the hazards that we were going to face in these buildings. And that had been a challenge before we got here. And so that was first and foremost. Next was that we committed to implementing an approach called shared governance, in which our partners were going to be at the table with us each and every day in the governance and the ultimate delivery, the safe delivery of what we refer to as the culture of excellence and the outcomes. We've shared with you before that we then built a multifaceted strategic plan hubbed around these partnerships and the people who were going to deliver it. Jay and I talked to you previously about the very first step in that strategic plan, which was Vision 2016. Which did get delivered on time. That was focused on all 5 remaining gaseous diffusion plants being deactivated and ultimately demolished. That represented over 100 acres under roof, the 13 million square feet that Jay talked about ultimately being completed. And now I'm going to share with you a bit then that part of the trail from 2016 to 2020, where we ultimately completed all the core cleanup, which was the buildings, as Jay mentioned, what was referred to as the critical soils. And then I'm going to close a bit with the significance of the 3 end states that were delivered, which is now, as Jay pointed out, positioned the site now as the Heritage Center, which now can be focused on the necessary activities to complete the remaining land transfers to the state of Tennessee as part of the Community Reuse Organization of East Tennessee, and enable the 3-phase EM to LM transfer plan, which then will have DOE EM off the footprint at Heritage Center. And I'm going to try to put some context to the significance of what these 3 end states mean and what this journey has meant going through. So one thing I wanted to point out on this slide is something that I always talked with the workforce about in the varying positions that I've been honored to hold as part of this job, ultimately kind of on the same path Jay has been on relative to being given the opportunity then at the end to be the senior manager in charge or the chief executive. And it is, I've always talked with them about what do you think it's going to feel like to make history? And I know Jay mentioned that really that slide wasn't there to compare to the other sites. he doesn't see it as impetitively as I do. So for me, I set the bar for ourselves to say, let's go out and make history, and let's do that through delivering on our commitments. Let's be investment worthy. Let's build what we sold. Let's finish what we start. And in the process of that, with our partners, let's tell our story. And so you can see the before and afters. This represents what we saw here in 2011 on the left. And that now shows you on the right where the site is at in 2020 in the delivery of Vision 2020. And so I'm going to take you through a few pieces here now relative to kind of the major focus areas and what was associated to that as we progressed from Vision 2016 to ultimately completing in Vision 2020. First was, and this one is quite a testament to partnerships. This was the most secure classified facility that we had to address. It's where the barrier material was met. It had a very interesting security history, which brought great additional challenges. The entire building, as part of deactivation, had to be sanitized chemically. And so that had to get added into the equation, a very complicated security plan, one in which without partnership, both locally and with DOE headquarters, we could have never accomplished getting to what you see on the right-hand side. Also, one of the higher quantities of asbestos abatement that we had to do. This facility was interesting. It was referred to as Poplar Creek. What was most challenging about this, and I think I mentioned it in previous cleanup workshops, was that it was the oldest radiological facilities on the site. It was a semi-works, or where they did tests. You see a facility there in the lower left that had test loops in it. And so when you free the scientists out to do those kind of things, you find very interesting things. So the characterization and deactivation of these buildings brought some very unique hazards and some unique challenges. Rooms were identified that had yellow cake in them, things of that nature. Yet ultimately, if we had the greatest risk to cost and schedule performance, it was in this area. Yet we still got to the finish line there effectively. You saw the time-lapse video. I won't spend much on this other than the uniqueness of this facility and the challenges it brought. One was sort of the elevated nature of it. You see the tallest section there, which was referred to as building 1220. It exceeded the greatest reach that we could get to from any high reach shear. And so that left us with one of two options: explosive demolition or a pullover technique. We had a very interesting debate internally in the company how we were going to go there. I lost the debate. I was an advocate for explosive demo since we had done that previously on this job successfully. Our chief operating officer prevailed with the pullover technique, which obviously was successful, as you saw. You now see on the right-hand side the outcome of this portion of it. This was the final step in getting to Vision 2020. We also had some very major soils remediation efforts. They go hand in hand with circle cleanup for those that do that. Here in East Tennessee, you get the added challenge that while you're doing soil remediation, it rains like 11 inches in one weekend, and you get to experience that multiple weekends over the course of January, February, and March. And so not only are you actively seeking source soil for removal, you get to also treat millions and millions of gallons of what they refer to as water, but the truth of it is it's now waste. And so we were running active waste treatment units at the same time that we were doing the excavation of the soils, significant quantities, and between the two sites, almost 140,000 cubic yards of soil remediated and removed. These are now I just was out there yesterday, sent Jay a few pictures. These are grassy fields out there now, ready to be reindustrialized. So what I really wanted to end with was two things. One, a thanks to everybody who enabled this through our partnerships, and I'm gonna talk a little bit on the next slide about that aspect of it. But the significance of what it really means to build what you sold and finish what you start. So these are the three end states that have been delivered. At the center of it is the completion of the environmental cleanup in the private sector industrial park that's referred to as Heritage Center. We'll be celebrating all that together here in the middle of October with all the key enablers with regard to that. That represents roughly, 1900 acres of reindustrialized land returned to the citizens of Tennessee. To the left of it is the historic preservation in the 409 National Park. I'd be remiss in saying that it isn't a highlight in our careers here at UCOR to participate in delivering part of the 409 National Park of our country. And then on the right-hand side is all the conservation and green space, which is really, the environmental stewardship component of what was delivered. And that is all actively used land by the citizens of the southeastern United States, by the citizens of East Tennessee and the state of Tennessee. So the last slide here. So the real message here is, notable outcomes do get delivered through partnerships. It's been a validation for us that this shared governance model is effective and will work. It was a win for all the partners that make up the breadth of the partnership. I can't underestimate the significance of the environmental liability reduction, which is ultimately our responsibility to the Department of Energy. The return of the lands to those for environmental use and for community redevelopment. All in all, this effort generates about $1.3 billion a year in economic growth and economic development for this region of the United States and for the state of Tennessee, and ultimately resulted in accelerating about $500 million of environmental liability reduction for the American taxpayer. And so I thank everybody who has enabled that. You can see the breadth of that on this saddle diagram here. And we look forward to continuing to do that on the eastern part of the reservation in partnership with those at Y12 and Oak Ridge National Lab.
Thank you, Ken and Jay, very much for an excellent presentation. I appreciate the discussion on shared governance and the effort there. I do believe with good governance, you get great results, and with great governance, you make history making results. So thank you for that, as your slide identified. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to our last panel discussion, and we'll take questions at the very end, Q&As. I remind folks, please put your questions and answers into the bubble there, and we'll try to get to them at the end. Our final discussion takes us to Washington State and the DF Law construction. For this discussion, we have Brian Vance, Manager of Richland Operations Office and the Office of River Protection. Brian is responsible for an overall budget of nearly $2.5 billion and oversight of the contractors and more than 9,000 employees involved in cleanup of the 580 square mile Hanford site, a former nuclear weapons production site. Brian has more than 30 years of experience in the nuclear industry and served in the U.S. Navy for 25 years. Brian holds a Bachelor's of Science degree in meteorology from the Pennsylvania State University and a Master of Business Administration from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And he's joined by Valerie McCain, Project Director of the Hanford VIT plant. Valerie is the Project Director for the VIT plant and is from Bechtel Corporation. She manages design and construction of the VIT plant for the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of River Protection. McCain, a Bechtel Principal Vice President, was named Project Director in October of 2018 after performing in the same role at the UPF facility in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Valerie holds a bachelor's degree in biology from the State University of New York. And with that, I will give it over to Brian.
Thanks very much, Nicole. I do appreciate the opportunity to be here today to talk about the Hanford site. And I think Nicole covered some of the specifics, 580 square miles, so really half the size of Rhode Island. It's an EM-only site, 2 DOE offices, 4 main cleanup contractors, and the annual budget of $2.5 billion. And DOE is the largest employer in the Tri-Cities area here in Washington as well. Our scope of work ranges from the construction of the waste treatment plant, which is a one-of-a-kind, first-of-a-kind new plant, through the demolition of structures and systems that were built during the Manhattan Project. And we're ready to embark on the next phase of the mission with the cleanup of the tank waste. We have 177 underground tanks with roughly 56 million gallons of waste. Our mission since 1989 has really been the same: safe, efficient, effective cleanup and risk reduction that is protective of the workforce, our community, and certainly the Pacific Northwest. And what I'll focus on in the discussion is really the site level transformation we've been working to deliver over the last couple of years in preparation for the beginning of tank waste treatment with the beginning of direct feed low activity waste. We'll talk a little bit, Valerie, talk about a little bit the waste treatment plant, but I think a key to remember is the DF-LAW program is a site-wide machine. It involves both DOE offices, each of our contractors, and really all of the stakeholders around the community and the region that support us. So when we looked in early 2018, we recognized the site was going to enter a transformational period based at that time on 2 factors. One was the approach to DF-LAW operations and transition from a demolition and construction mindset really towards integrated 24/7, 365 operations. And then pending contract transitions, we're going through all the contractors will transition here at the site, except with the exception of Bechtel and the construction project. At the same time, we're delivering the DF-LAW capability. And so as we assessed ourselves, our way of doing business, the progress and challenges of the site, relationships with our contractors and stakeholders, we recognized that we had some work to do to create the conditions for success in a fundamentally new paradigm. And we also recognize as DOE Hanford team, as the owner and the customer for the contractors, that we were most accountable for the transition that we were about to make in the mission. And we were really the only enterprise here capable of leading that kind of a transformation. So we really focused on 4 things since early 2018. And I'll talk about each one a little bit. I want to make sure we leave time for questions at the end. The one was a focus on transition to operations and an operational culture. We recognized again that the pace we operated in day to day on the site was really at a weeks, months, and years pace of operations in construction and demolition, and we were effectively going to transition into a mode of operation with seconds, minutes, and hours in the extreme case. And so all of our processes, site governance processes, working relationships, all the structure was simply not ready for the transition we were about to make really in just a couple of years. And it takes years to change a culture, and so we started very early. And we did some things at the very beginning. We started talking about it as a DOE team, about our role in driving the transformation. We talked a lot about deliberate urgency, but also balanced with a heavy focus on the safety culture to ensure that we weren't being perceived as placing schedule over safety. And as you've heard with other presenters, safety and health of the workforce is the first priority of our site and will continue to be for the long term. We conducted a number of site-wide workshops to help people reimagine what the site would look like in an operational mindset. We revised our governance model and we restructured how we make decisions to get the decisions faster, still make good decisions with as much information as we could, but at a pace that would support the site. And we established the direct feed low activity waste program under Tom Fletcher, who was the assistant manager for the waste treatment plant, to create that integrated project team and IPT, and then focus on those interface and risks at a site level, at the machine level, to make sure that we could be successful. The second area was our focus on enhancing our own performance as a fair and demanding customer, and we really focused heavily on first on the good customer behaviors and principles, creating an environment of trust and teamwork, constructively engage with our contractors and our stakeholders to create outcomes that were positive, communicating with clear expectations relative to performance and standards, timely decisions, consistency across the site, engaging to remove barriers that were going to be impacting to the contractors to deliver success, providing constructive and actionable feedback, and really overall enabling what we consider our world-class contractors to deliver world-class performance. To balance that, we obviously have to be demanding, so we set a very high standard for performance, and we do hold contractors accountable for not meeting those standards, because I think that's the relationship that we have to create at the site to get the best outcomes. And at the core, that was really a recognition that we only win with progress. We only win with delivery of progress and delivery of taxpayer value. And it's a partnership, and I think you've heard that before, but we also recognize it's not always a partnership of equals. The department's the accountable party here, and we frankly embrace that perspective, but that doesn't mean that we can't work together to create a partnering environment so we can all be successful together. And I think our contractor relationships have improved over time as a result of the approach. Third, we focus very heavily on enhancing our relationships with the key stakeholders to set the conditions around the site to be successful. We recognize the need to really build upon the history of the site in a fundamentally different way. Hanford's unique from a stakeholder perspective, and I think we probably have one of the more complex stakeholder environments here across the complex. But we worked very hard on all fronts to make sure that we were working to achieve a common view of how we're going forward and really gain the support that's necessary for us to continue to deliver this mission. And we talked a lot about Hanford in a fundamentally different way, highlighting the progress that has been made and the culture here since the Manhattan Project to do hard things and do them well. And I think really focusing on trying to instill the pride in the workforce that I think we lost maybe over the last decade when things were a little bit difficult here to progress and show progress. And so I think part of that success was also demonstrating the working relationship between the department and the contractors. And in many forums, I went with the contractors and we presented together to show the working relationship, because it was not always a constructive relationship at Hanford, and that's not a relationship that you can fake in a public forum. And we just wanted to show people that we were working together well, and I think we've demonstrated that. And then the last area was really just striving to be a high-performing team, starting with the basic premise of noble intent, that we're all here together to work to deliver safe, efficient, effective progress and taxpayer value, leveraging the safety culture, because I view the safety culture tenets, if we really embrace those, as the same elements of a very high-performing team. And so we've embraced those as a part of our process and how we do work, safety messages before we start every meeting. We implemented the DF Law program, and we initiated a One Hanford effort to kind of pull people together in consideration of the fact that we were transitioning the site operational posture and transitioning the contractors to give people an anchor through this period of change to the future. And so we had a logo contest we executed in January. I kind of figured we'd get 50 people voting, and we got more than 5,000 of our almost 11,000 workforce engaged. And we're as DOE, we're engaging across the site also to talk to people about why we're here, and that they are frankly a part of history and a part of a public work really of national prominence, and trying to build that mindset and that psychology and that appeal to the site as we work together to further our mission. So just quickly at a high level, the results, and I'll ask you to think back around to the period of 2015, 2016, 2017, and perhaps your perceptions of the Hanford site. On the direct feed low activity waste front, and Val will talk about this, but we're nearing construction on the law facility this calendar year, and we'll finish the last construction in the DFLAW program early next year with the effluent management facility. The control room is operating 24/7 today at the site. We have the last commissioning technicians hired, and they're in training. They started training on the 15th of July. We cut the ribbon with the secretary during his visit in August, and we're actually paving the roads at the waste treatment plant as a visible indication that the project is nearing completion. On the tank farms, we're leveraging what Mike talked about in their ticker process. And if you think back in 2017, we were working on a major capital project to pre-treat. This week, we'll deliver the tank side cesium removal system to the site on the pad that has been constructed during our phase 1 remobilization of the site in the pandemic. So it went from bare earth to fully constructed just in the time that we were since the 26th of May when we started our first phase of remobilization. We've got infrastructure projects in progress now. We've got a new water treatment facility to replace the facility that was built in 1948 or 49 and still works great but doesn't have the capacity. And we're working with BPA for electrical distribution system upgrades to enhance reliability of the waste treatment plant power. And the integrated disposal facility where the glass will go is going to finish construction this year. And beyond the DFLAW, we have many risk reduction projects that are continuing to make progress. PFP is down. There's no PFP, plutonium finishing plant, to talk about anymore. It's off the tour. And what's just left is a rubble pile out there that we have to clean up to close out that project. We'll do that early next year. We started tank retrievals again. AX 102 retrieval is complete, and we're setting up for 104. The sludge project was completed last year. Secretary Perry visited, and in due consideration of the risk that I take with the trademark violation with the undersecretary, that project was completed ahead of schedule and under budget. The Purex 2 tunnel has been stabilized after the partial collapse of Purex 1. We're lining up to stabilize 3 more cribs and vaults by the end of this calendar year. We treated 2.2 billion gallons of groundwater last year, and I think the COVID challenges has also provided us the opportunity to really work through a number of challenges as a team, more at the pace that I expect will be the case when we get to DFLAW operations. So it's been a good test of our governance model. So I think the future looks very bright. I think the optimism that we share here is born from the good progress we saw in 2019 and 2020 before COVID hit, and certainly through the pandemic. And so as we transition to let Val talk for a few minutes, I think it's important that, Val's going to be the speaker on DFLAW, but I could certainly and equally have John Eschenberg on the stage, Ty Blackford, Bob Wilkinson, Sue Kahn, and Seth Whitmer talking about the transformation we're making here at the site. Those are all the prime and supporting contractors, as well as both the deputy managers and all the assistant managers at the site. It's really been a remarkable period in transformation. I think we all are very optimistic to see what we can do when we start the next phase of the mission with the tank waste treatment and continue to the other risk reduction projects. So with that, I'll turn it over to Val for a little more detailed discussion on the waste treatment plant.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Brian. Good to be with you. And it's really a privilege to be able to share some of our progress on the VIT plant on behalf of the team, the broader team, Bechtel, Amentum, the building trades, our customer, our subcontractors. It's a team effort, and that theme of partnership that we've been hearing is certainly prevalent on the VIT plant as well. Given the time frame that we're on, I'm going to actually kind of condense my notes and kind of get to the core of things of where we're at on the VIT plant. Many of you have been following our story, so some of the highlights from last year is that we had finished design. All our major procurements were behind us. We were nearly done with construction and well into the startup phase. So this year, continuing with those items, we're looking to wrap up that major construction, and I'll share a little bit on that. Still deep into the startup activities and want to get through the critical startup activities at the same time of really setting the stage for commissioning and to heat up a melter next year. And so a lot going on. I really appreciated the comments from the Savannah River team and even the Oak Ridge team on just, you know, where you're at and what you're doing, because we plan on making history as well here out at the VIT plant here soon. And so, but first I do want to echo what Brian said about the teamwork and the governance model that we have in place out at Hanford and the collaboration that's coming together. It really has, I think during the COVID experience, probably really reinforced it and made it more evident, and it's working. And so I just appreciate that, because it makes all of our jobs that are very hard just a little bit easier. So I'm going to fast forward. That major construction that's left is our effluent management facility. Brian mentioned it. We will finish it early part of next year, but we've already finished all our piping, including the tie-in from the tank farms, and all our HVAC duct is in place, and our instrumentation tubing all in place. And so we're well underway with getting that done. Over 50% of the systems are in startup in the EMF, and many systems already in the hands of plant management and owned by them. So really good progress there. Really what I say is our battle right now is in the startup activities. Even though 90% of our systems within the low activity waste facility, which is really the heart of the plant, are in startup, we're really into the hard bits right now. And so we've had some really good achievements with our mechanical handling system that moves the containers of vitrified waste down the finishing line. We were able to test that system remotely from our control room. So it's a significant achievement for the team, and really just kind of gives us that next level of confidence as we go forward. Brian mentioned the laboratory. It's done. It's in commissioning's hands. We've got equipment in there, our chemists in there, and we're getting ready to start that up and be ready for plant startup. Let me see. I think the big thing this year that's been different in a significant way from the years past is just our focus in on that commissioning string and readiness. So getting that operational mindset and culture, it's been a real shift. And as you know, those that have been in operating sites, it doesn't happen by accident. It really takes real intentional effort by people. And that's what we're really focused on. We've started to shift gears on our team with you know, having major plans in place, conducting our planning drills. We'll get our operating technicians and their supervisors at the simulator building and start conducting just the real operational scenarios, receiving waste from the tank farm, feeding a melter, and then also start throwing them some off-normal scenarios so that they can practice that when, you know, power goes out or loss of air, loss of water. So really just getting the team ready. We're learning the lessons from the other sites, been involved in some of those readiness reviews and taking those things on board. But this really is the year of readiness. I hope next year that this is a virtual participation by me as well, and not because of a pandemic, but because we're heating up a melter and I just can't make it to DC. And so I think I want to just reiterate that that teamwork and partnership is really key for us to get done. It's taking all of us, and our building trades, that partnership has strengthened, I would say, even especially during COVID. The other Hanford contractors, we're all in this together, and as Brian said, any one of them could deliver this message today, but you know, VIT plant doesn't go online without Ty Backford and his team doing their part, and MSA on their side, and John at the tank farm. So we're all working very much in an integrated fashion to make sure that we're successful. So I'll sum it up with 3 words: partnership, progress, and pride. It really is what we're feeling out here, and we're really looking forward to 2021. It's a critical year for us, and we plan on heating up a melter. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Nicole. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Thank you, Brian. That was wonderful. Unfortunately, we do not have time for questions. We are going to close out, but thank you so much to our great panel today. Sincere thanks to ECA and FCOG and other sponsors, many of which share closely in the success discussed during this panel. Back to you, Seth.
Great. Thank you, Nicole. That was really helpful. I really enjoyed that session. Because, you know, it's great to hear the successes. It's a very difficult program when we break everything down, and to hear the successes at the different sites is really great. One of the most important sites is the WIP site, and that's something that I know most ECA members recognize really when we talk about a lot of the different sites. It's really a critical site for a lot of us as we're moving forward. And our next moderator is Councilmember JJ Chavez, who's also on the ECA Executive Board. Someone who's extremely knowledgeable about the site, someone who's always informing me and others about what's going on at the site and what some of the issues are. So with that, let me hand it over to JJ to introduce our next session.
Seth, appreciate it, and thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is JJ Chavez. I'm a City Councilor for the City of Carlsbad and Carlsbad-Nixle, also a member of the ECA Executive Board. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Ike White, Senior Advisor for Environmental Management to Undersecretary for Science. He's worked close with ECA since he's been working with NNSA as Chief of Staff and Associate Principal Deputy Administrator at the NNSA. We continue to work together on cleanup issues as he serves as top advisor at EM. Mr. White has a Bachelor of Science degree in Electrical Engineering from the University of Mississippi and a Master of Science in Engineering from the University of California, Berkeley. For me, as a local representative of Carlsbad, the host site of the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, there are a number of EM issues important to my community that are being discussed today. One quick issue I'd like to bring up is the volume of air, or the lack of air in the underground. One problem we have is we can either in place or we can mine. We can't do both at the same time. However, with the safety significant combined ventilation system, it will add over 540 cubic feet of air in the underground. Hopefully it'll be completed in November 2022. It will allow us to do multiple activities at the same time. It will allow us to mine in one part of the mine and in a place and do placement activities in the other without having to sacrifice one or the other, which is a major milestone for us. Also, an important milestone for us is the utility shaft. It will also help us increase the volume of shipments and also increase the volume of air, which are both milestones for the City of Carlsbad and the website. Mr. White, I'd like to thank you for being with us today to discuss how we can ensure the continued EM momentum into the future. Mr. White, thank you.
Thank you, JJ, and I appreciate very much your service to Carlsbad. The folks in Carlsbad have been one of the strongest communities supporting the EM mission over the course of the past few decades, and very much appreciate that support. Also appreciate what you and your fellow team members are doing at WIP. You're doing a great service for the cleanup mission across the country, as Seth mentioned earlier. WIP truly is unique in EM just in terms of the impact it has across the entire EM enterprise. And it's not just EM. WIP is also important for the nuclear security missions the department has at places like Los Alamos. So the infrastructure investments that you brought up earlier are things that are very important to us in terms of keeping WIP operational going into the future and the decades to come. And I'll talk about that in a minute. Appreciate the opportunity to join all of you this afternoon via a virtual national cleanup workshop. I especially want to thank the organizers this afternoon and the support personnel who've made this happen. I know it takes a lot of flexibility and adaptability to pull something off like this virtually. As someone who's participated in countless Zoom and WebEx calls over the past few months, I know that this is not easy to make this happen, and I really appreciate the fact that you guys have pulled this off. And from what I've seen so far this afternoon, you've done a great job. So thank you very much. This is a very important workshop for EM every year, and you guys are doing an incredible job in making this happen. So thank you. The last time I saw most of you in person, I think, was probably in Phoenix at the Waste Management Symposium earlier this year. At that point, I laid out what I considered to be a fairly ambitious slate of planned achievements for EM over the course of this year. So one of the things that I'm very proud of over the last few months, despite having to operate in a pandemic type environment, is that we're still on track, I think, for this to be a very big inflection year for EM across the entire program. As you just heard earlier, Mike and Brian's teams are forging ahead with historic tank waste treatment capabilities at Savannah River and at Hanford. And you heard from Jay and from Ken on the extraordinary accomplishment we've had so far this year with keeping Vision 2020 on track at Oak Ridge. In fact, despite operating in a pandemic environment, we remain on track to achieve the majority of the priorities that we set out for this year across the country. These achievements wouldn't be possible without the dedication of our industry partners and the commitment and resilience of the workforce we have at the sites, and the continued support of the communities at our sites, who are the reason that we have a cleanup program. I very much appreciate the analogy that Ron brought up earlier in terms of the importance and the strength of that partnership. I might not have used quite the same analogy, but I very much agree with him on the strength of the partnership. It is incredibly important to keeping our program moving forward. The accomplishments we have this year are keeping us on track to realize transformational progress over the decade ahead. It's a decade in which we will achieve cleanup work at some sites and finish significant work scope at others. It'll bring visible skyline changes, and perhaps most notably, it'll enable us to start work on our largest environmental liability, tank waste. As we drive focus on best positioning the enterprise for that work, though, we're going to depend on your continued support and engagement. As I mentioned in other venues often, tank waste represents about 60% of the total environmental liability in EM, and it takes up about 40% of our budget annually. The ramp up we're seeing now and the capabilities that you heard about earlier will let us significantly accelerate the actual treatment of waste and, more importantly, address those underlying environmental risks. Secretary Brouillette, Deputy Secretary Menzies, and Undersecretary Dabbar, who you'll hear from later today, are all committed to addressing this challenge ahead of us. Last month, as Mike mentioned earlier, we approved the final stage of startup for SWPF at Savannah River. This is a multi-billion-dollar, first-of-a-kind facility that's poised to become a bright, shining star of the EM complex, starting regular operations ahead of schedule and under budget. I'm very proud of the work that Parsons and the EM project team have done to keep this project within the cost and schedule baseline that we set back in 2014. And it's worth noting, we finished this project within the original cost range that was estimated when DOE established the mission need for SWPF nearly 2 decades ago. That's something that doesn't very often happen. By 2030, this facility is expected to have treated most of the tank waste inventory at Savannah River, and nearly half of the site's underground waste tanks will be closed. We wouldn't be poised to start up SWPF now without the hard work of the SRS workforce, the Parsons team, Frank you heard from earlier, and the sustained support of the local community and the regulators, including the state of South Carolina. SWPF is the last step in the tank waste roadmap at Savannah River. It's a path to the end there for our tank closure activities at the site. And it's a reflection of very strong teamwork and shared vision from everyone involved in making it happen. This last step at Savannah River comes as EM is on the precipice of beginning tank waste, which you heard about from Brian and from Val, treatment at Hanford. The direct feed low activity waste approach that you heard about earlier is the path to a beginning. It's putting tank waste treatment on the horizon at Hanford. Secretary Brouillette and Undersecretary Dabbar were just there on the ground in Hanford a few weeks ago, as Brian mentioned, where they got a firsthand look at the progress on DFLAW as we approach the end of construction of the low activity waste vitrification facility this year. Over the years, we've also made tremendous progress at other parts of Hanford, with cleanup along the river corridor largely completed ahead of schedule and under budget. 7 of 9 reactors cocooned or preserved, almost all of the plutonium shipped out of the state of Washington, and over 2 billion gallons of contaminated groundwater treated every year. The start of tank waste treatment at Hanford, though, is an existential victory that's been in the decades in the making. And it marks the beginning for us of real progress in dealing with the single largest environmental liability of any U.S. government agency. Progress also continues on the integrated waste treatment unit at Idaho, which will treat the remaining 900,000 gallons of liquid sodium-bearing waste there. Long-term testing has concluded on the ceramic filters. They're still going through the outage, but I'm confident we've addressed the technical challenges that have prevented startup for the past few years and hope to get that up and running within the next few months. Collectively, these capabilities at Savannah River, Hanford, and Idaho represent a fundamental shift for EM as we pivot from long-running large construction projects into the actual treatment of waste. It's a shift that I know many of you have worked on or supported for decades in your roles as contractors, regulators, or members of the surrounding communities and tribal nations. I appreciate your perseverance and your patience as we prepare to deliver on that joint effort. Cleanup at EM, though, isn't just limited to the tank waste mission. As you heard about earlier from Jay and from Ken, Oak Ridge is completing the Vision 2020 effort at ETTP, and they're doing it ahead of schedule and under budget. The effort was achieved, as Jay noted, 4 years ahead of schedule, and with a life cycle cost savings for the taxpayers of about $500 million, which really delivered on the investments that were championed by Congressman Fleischmann and Senator Alexander. On the other side of the country, in California, buildings are coming down at a record pace for the first time in over a decade at ETEC. They may not be the largest buildings in the EM enterprise, but in just 7 weeks, after we worked through an agreement with the state of California on the approach to be taken, John and the North Wind team have taken down 8 of the 10 buildings that were covered by that agreement. At WIP, as JJ mentioned earlier, we're moving forward with upgrades that will enable this linchpin of the Transuranic Waste Mission to continue its vital role in cleanup and in the national security programs for years to come. In April, we began construction of the utility shaft that JJ mentioned. By enabling us to close generator sites like Rocky Flats earlier, and by accepting over 12,500 shipments from 22 generator sites to date across the country, WIP's impact in achieving a broader cleanup mission safely, effectively, and efficiently has been nothing short of exceptional. It's a fact that is not lost on anyone at DOE. It is precisely why we're preparing and planning for this facility for the years ahead and investing as we are now in the infrastructure there. It's actually an incredible time across the board to be part of the EM enterprise as we focus on bringing efforts that in some cases represent decades of work to completion within the next few years. Also want to spend a little bit of time this afternoon talking not just about the present, but also about the future of the cleanup program. As we think about recent accomplishments and talk about near-term priorities, it's important that all of us continue to maintain a long-term focus on the future of the program. As we wrap up this pivotal year and mark these hard-won successes that we've talked about earlier today, it's important that we ask ourselves, what's next and how do we get there? We've got to be prepared for the future of a program that in some places still has decades to go. How do we do that? So a former colleague of mine once gave me a great piece of advice when I became an executive. Make sure you're spending your time on programs, people, and processes. What's the vision for your program? Do you have the right people in the right places to make it happen? And are the various processes that are connected to your operating framework helping you be successful, or are they an obstacle? So first, what's the vision for our program? By 2030, the EM complex will be a very different place. When it comes to tank waste, as I mentioned earlier, most of the salt waste will be treated and 21 tanks will be closed at Savannah River. The treatment of Idaho's tank waste will be completed. Tank waste treatment at Hanford will be well underway, and by initiating the low activity waste treatment through the DFLAW approach, we'll be in a position to take that experience and pivot to workable plans to treat high level waste. We'll make significant progress at disposing of legacy transuranic waste from Savannah River and Idaho, Los Alamos, and Oak Ridge, an accomplishment that'll be made possible because of the infrastructure upgrades we talked about earlier. And over the course of the decade, Hanford's last 2 reactors will be placed in interim safe storage. We'll start demolition at the Y-12 National Security Complex, wrapping up the biology complex at Oak Ridge and moving on to the National Laboratory. MOAB's work to move 16 million tons of uranium mill tailings away from the Colorado River will be nearly done. 2 of the 3 former uranium enrichment process buildings at Portsmouth will be closed. Demolition of the former main plant process building at West Valley will be done. And legacy cleanup activities at sites like Nevada and Brookhaven will be finished. So as you can see, that's quite an impressive scope of work to be done over the next decade. And to make all of this happen, you've got to have the right people in the right places. I'm very pleased with the experienced leadership team that we have now at EM at both headquarters and in the field. Many of you heard from earlier. I'm particularly pleased to welcome Nicole to the team from NNSA. She brings a wealth of field experience with her. But all of us are continuing to think and look at EM about the workforce of the future. We're taking a very critical look at parts of the organization to ensure that we have the right talent in the right places on the federal side. As one example of what we're doing, we recently launched the Acquisition Corps, which is intended to develop a dedicated cadre of trained personnel to serve on acquisition teams and source evaluation boards. If you think about the work that EM does, a lot of the actual cleanup work is done by our industry partners. A lot of the federal role in making that happen is through the acquisition process. But having a strong federal team isn't enough. We all know that cleanup progress is not possible without the talented and hardworking men and women who are actually performing the cleanup work in the field every day. Recognizing that we're going to continue to need that same level of highly skilled expert work in the field well into the future, we're looking to strengthen our role as an incubator for talent in various STEM fields. Michael Limke mentioned earlier this afternoon, EM, along with our contractor partners and national labs, is expanding workforce opportunities and developing the pipeline of next generation workers across the enterprise. In addition to having the right people in the right places, we also need to ensure the policy and the operating framework that we put in place will enable them to be successful. There are a number of key initiatives that we have ongoing that are intended to do that. Within EM, almost all of our work in the field is carried out through contracting, as I mentioned earlier, with the best of private industry, many of whom are here today. Norb will give you an update on that in a few minutes, but I will say that I think his team has done an incredible job in the past few months of keeping our procurement work on schedule. We're also working to ensure a science-driven, risk-based approach to cleanup work across the country. To address the risks associated with radioactive tank waste, for example, we're moving forward at Savannah River with transparent and deliberate implementation of the interpretation of high-level radioactive waste issued by the department last year. This science-based interpretation allows for reprocessing waste to be defined according to how radioactive it is, not just how it was made. This has the potential to reduce the length of time that waste is stored on site at DOE facilities, and it'll increase the safety for workers, the public, and the environment. Opportunities also exist to increase safety and accelerate cleanup by leveraging technology development to provide continued innovation in various cleanup approaches. And we're working to ensure the long-term future of our cleanup laboratory at SRNL. This lab has significant capabilities that benefit the government across multiple programs: science, energy, nuclear security, and environmental cleanup. I'm sure you'll hear more about the national labs from Undersecretary Dabbar in a bit. I know he's a great champion of DOE's labs, owning both EM and science, and he's worked very hard to ensure that we position EM's national laboratory for future success and growth. So as we pull together the programs, the people, and the processes we need to take the cleanup program into the next decade, it's important that we lay out a clear and concise roadmap of where we're headed. One tool that we put in place to do that this year is our strategic vision document. The vision is just one component of a more robust and integrated approach we're taking at a corporate level to respond to recommendations from GAO and others. This vision not only lays out our planned slate of accomplishments for the year, but it also outlines a decade, as I mentioned earlier, of anticipated success. It provides a roadmap of strategic initiatives that we're working on to ensure that we're best positioned to accomplish that mission over the course of the next decade. The vision isn't intended to be a tally of everything we do, but it does provide you with a sense of the breadth of progress planned across the country. And it's part of an overarching effort we have to achieve concerted focus at all levels on the most impactful priorities for our cleanup mission. You'll hear more about that during a panel, I think, later this afternoon. And my goal, though, isn't just to bring this to life as a purposeful planning tool, but to also to ensure that it's reflected in everything that we do, from annual priority lists, the one you see behind me, incentive structures, performance metrics, cleanup priorities, engagement schedules, and more. As I mentioned earlier, it's important that we involve the people living near our sites and other key partners like Congress, state regulators, in continuing to refine the future of the program. Maintaining open and transparent communication with everyone who has a stake in the decisions we make leads to better outcomes and broader support. We'll continue engaging with Congress, with state and local governments, tribal nations, and the communities near our sites on this vision for the future so that we can demonstrate that our ability to keep our commitments at sites and keep the commitments to those who played such an important role in our country's history. To help make this a reality, I've added a function at headquarters that's centered on in-depth, complex-wide strategic planning for the organization. And over the course of the year, we plan engagements with a variety of stakeholder organizations, including ECA and others, to solicit feedback and get input on how we refine and update the vision document. So we're going to continue that engagement over the next few months. So wrapping up, I would just say that it's up to all of us to make sure that the achievements of 2020 extend into the decade of progress that I mentioned earlier. Engagement opportunities like this one at the workshop give us an opportunity to communicate to all of the people who make this happen. I want to thank again the ECA folks at FCOG for overcoming a whole lot of challenges this year to make this happen. We couldn't have done it without them, and I really appreciate the effort again that went into this. I know all of us have found new ways to embrace technology in the past few months and use it to achieve results that I personally would not have thought possible just a year ago. In fact, I think our team is working to carry forward a lot of the lessons we've learned in the pandemic via telework to increase our collaborative problem-solving ability across the board and look at how we do cooperation in a geographically diverse way. The potential for lasting benefits for a program like EM that takes place at 16 sites across 11 states now with stakeholders from coast to coast is pretty significant. I'm very much inspired by the way the EM team, the industry partners who support us, the stakeholder groups have all pulled together the last few months, finding ways to boost productivity and continue good communication. And it's that spirit of teamwork and commitment to the program that'll help ensure an incredible vision for the coming decade is achieved safely and successfully. With that, I will turn it back over to JJ. I'm not sure if we have time for questions or not.
Great, thank you, Ike. Actually, this is Seth. I will take it. We really appreciate your overview and presentation. I just want to point out also for everybody who participated, can't see the picture, but we have the mission statement available that we handed out, and we really appreciate your comments on that as we go forward. So our next speaker, I'll go to that session. Our next speaker is Norbert Doyle. I want to start the introduction by saying, that we work with Norb a lot. He's one of those people that when you ask him questions, either formally or informally, always gets back to you and provides you with a lot of different insights. And he's always willing to look at an issue and discuss it with us. But one of the most important things I always like to point out when I see a fellow Florida Gator is that, like Todd Schrader, he got his MBA. Todd and I are both undergrads at UF, and we're all hoping that this year we bring home the national championship. Although Norb is also a West Point grad, I know he knows that Army probably will never win another national championship, but on Army Navy days, I also root for Army as we go forward. He has a big job at EM since they award about $7 billion in contracts annually. Let me repeat that, $7 billion contracts annually. His project's valued at approximately $20 billion. Norb is someone who's really has committed to public service pretty much his whole career. He's a retired Army colonel, 26 years of active duty after he graduated from West Point. He's worked for VA, he's worked for the Army Corps, and he's also done some stints in the private sector. So with that introduction, Norb, let me turn that over to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Seth. I appreciate that kind introductory. Go Gators, right? And I always beat Navy. And I know there's a lot of Navy folks out listening here. Being one of the few Army guys in EM headquarters, I know what diversity feels like, because I tell people I am diversity now. So, but thank you for that. And thank you for Dylan, who's out there somewhere, who's going to advance my slides for me. So thank you for that. So we don't have much time. I have a lot to cover. I realize we got a broad spectrum of people out there that are listening. There's state and local reps, companies that span from the very large companies that know or intimately familiar with what we do in EM, all the way down to maybe a small company who's wondering what this environmental cleanup is all about. What is EM? What do they do? And how do they get involved? So I'm going to try. I think I have a little of something for everybody, and we'll get right into it. So next slide, please, Dylan. So being the military retiree that I am, I do have my agenda slide, and we're going to spend a few minutes on each one of these topics. I have probably less than 20 minutes now, so it'll be fast, but I think there'll be a lot of information that you'll find useful. Next slide, please. So for those who don't really know who we are or what we do, we're located at 16 sites around the country. Those are the locations. There's actually 17. There's 2 in Hanford, although they're led by the same person, Mr. Brian Vance, who you heard from earlier. So not all the sites are the same. Hanford is huge. Brookhaven, very, very small. So we have the spectrum of everything in between as well. So if you're a small business located near one of these sites, you might want to see what's available for you. And then historically, those of you who know your history in the Manhattan Project, you'll know that we're involved in those sites that go all the way back into the early 40s in the development of the atomic bomb at Hanford, Oak Ridge, and at Los Alamos. So next slide. How do we do this? Through the budget. Ike already mentioned 40% of radioactive tank waste of the budget goes towards that. You'll see what else we do. That's our congressional budget request for this year, just over $6 billion. Anyone's guess as to what's going to happen, but here in Washington, everyone's talking about a continuing resolution that might go on for some degree of time. And so what does that mean for what we spend? So technically, we're allowed to spend up to the enacted level of the previous year. For fiscal year 20, it was approximately $7.5 billion, but we would probably not spend at that rate. It'd be something less than that, because if you spend at that rate early on and you don't get that money that you're expected, you're going to have cash flow problems towards the end of the year. So we will do that probably at something less than that if the continuing resolution is enacted. But you'll see those percentages, and it's remarkable how they stay very closely aligned to what they are there over the course of the years. So we can expect that amount of money percentage-wise to go into those different service areas. Next slide, please, Dylan. So end state contracting model, still a lot of questions about what the end state contracting model is, and I'm going to give you end state contracting 101 really quickly. But I'm going to first to say, how do we used to do it? So I'll call them the olden days, and we still do it to a degree on some of the non-end state contracts. We put out our request for proposal. It asks for everything under the sun for about 10-year period, require volumes of cost data. We get that huge proposals in, multiple companies are submitting them. We have to evaluate what we've asked for. Evaluation documents would end up being about approximately 1,000 pages long. And that's not cut and paste. That's real writing, mostly strengths and weaknesses of all the areas that we've done. And then after all that, what do we get? The feeling was we were not getting the requisite return on our investment for the environmental dollars that we were spending. So there had to be a different way. This is the different way. So we're launching into it and have launched into a competitive, indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity request for proposal. That's IDIQ. Something still a little new for EM and even the department here, but in many parts of the federal government, specifically DOD, IDIQ contracting has been around for a while. Again, I want to emphasize the word, it is competitively selected. We select one contractor, and then we will negotiate task orders throughout the period of that contract. Now, the initial period of performance is 10 years, but there's a big plus to this one. By the rules that we play under, on that last day of the 10th year, we can award another IDIQ task order for up to 5 years. So for a very successfully performing contractor, that's 15 years of work. Now, there are minimum guarantees that we will meet, but you win that contract, the first task order usually covers that for the period of the 10 or 15 years. Now, what happens if there's non-performance or poor performance? We don't have to do a traditional termination for convenience or a termination for default. We just don't have to issue any more task orders. So there's a plus and for us in that. Now, we don't want to have to do that. That means we fail to a degree too. So we want to spend our money on getting work done. Okay. Now, how are we doing the technical evaluation? Those are the 3 areas you see: key personnel, past performance, and management approach. They are different from what we used to do. You don't see a huge technical solution there on how things were going to be evaluated. Key personnel now is our number one most important factor. We look at the resumes, and then there are the oral presentations and the program manager interview. Past performance, we always look at past performance. And then there's the management approach, and those are very high level. And initially the transition, how we will do the IDIQ contracts to begin with, and working with small business. I mentioned the cost before and the cost volumes. You'll see those are the areas that we now cost. We don't cost out everything for 10 years. So that adds to the speed of which we're able to get our evaluations done. So, and we have seen that because the proposals that we receive are much smaller, our evaluations go much more quickly than they had been in the past. And it is done by best value, where price is not the ultimate factor. Technical evaluation criteria are definitely more important than evaluated price. Now, one thought I want to leave you on this slide is not all our contracts are end state contracts. End state contracting gets to the heart of the cleanup, which is actually doing the cleanup. Many of our contracts are enablers, I'll call them. For example, the Hanford Mission Essential Support Contract. That sets the stage for other contractors to actually do the cleanup. We have security contracts, such as at Savannah River, helps in the assisting and enabling. And then we have infrastructure type contracts, which are kind of like landlord type contracts. Those would not be end states. Okay, next slide, Dylan, please. So a little process update. What it really has COVID. People are interested in how has COVID impacted us. And thanks to Ike for mentioning this, and Seth as well. But we have received a lot of praise for the number of contracting acquisitions that we've been able to keep while moving forward. People are actually amazed at what we've been able to do. But we've also realized that industry plays a role in this, no doubt, and that they were impacted by COVID as well. So we've issued a series of special notices quarterly. We issued those in March, May, and our last one in August. And these dates are, if you looked at the special notice, these are dates we will release the final RFP no sooner than. Okay, as I was asked once, at least tell us when you're going to do it, because we know it'll be no sooner than that. But in any way, I'll give you a quick update. Again, these are the final RFP expected dates. nationwide low-level waste, mixed level up, low-level waste treatment services. We did issue that final RFP in August. Carlsbad technical assistance contract, that's probably likely in October at this point. Savannah River integrated mission completion contract, we're on track to award that by the end of this month. In fact, Mr. Day, Chug, and I were briefed on that final RFP yesterday. There are still a couple of approvals we have to go through, but we're really shooting for the end of this month on that one. Portsmouth Infrastructure Support Services, we're on track to release that in October, the final RFP. Oak Ridge Reservation Cleanup Contract, we're looking good on this one as in November. We'll talk a little more about this, but we just recently had a lot of comments received on a pre-solicitation conference, and we have to adjudicate those. So that could potentially cause a little bit of a slip, but definitely no further than December. And then the Moab Remedial Action Contract, we're on track to release that final RFP in December. Now, some of the process differences we've actually done, because we couldn't get together anymore, it was the first one in April. We kind of piloted our virtual pre-solicitation conference and one-on-one session for Savannah River National Lab. That went actually very, very well. Just last week, we had the Oak Ridge Reservation Cleanup virtual pre-solicitation conference and one-on-one sessions. And everything that points that went very well too. And it was a huge number of people who came to that virtually and also in the one-on-one sessions. And next week, we'll have the virtual oral problem scenarios and oral interviews for the Idaho Cleanup Project. Now, depending on where we are and how this goes, we're planning for more virtual events in the future. But if certain sites, as the COVID situation seems to get better, we will revert to in person, which is our preference for doing all these things at once. Okay, next slide, Dylan. So a little quick update on where we are in our major acquisitions. At Oak Ridge, Oak Ridge Reservation Cleanup, just talking about it, that is an end state contracting. We did have the huge pre-solicitation conference last week, a large number of companies for the one-on-one sessions. We now have to adjudicate those comments. And as someone who has sat through this process of these one-on-ones, it's not easy. I tell people that I guarantee when company A comes in, they will ask or recommend that we do certain things a certain way, structure the RFP or whatever. The next company in company B, I can guarantee is going to be the other end of that spectrum. So we get that many, many times, and we have to adjudicate those somehow. So it's not an easy job, but we do adjudicate every comment received. Moving on to PPPO, Paducah Infrastructure Support Services. That's going to be done is being done as a small business set aside. It is not an end state contracted, as I said, and it is presently under evaluation. The Portsmouth Infrastructure Support Services, also a small business set aside, not an end state contract. And as I said, we'll probably get the final RFP out next month. Portsmouth GDP, D&D, and the Portsmouth Duff 6 facilities, Portsmouth and Paducah Duff 6 facilities. We're on the planning process. Those are a little further out on the horizon. At Carlsbad, the technical assistance contract, that's a small business set aside as well. We'll probably, as I say, get the final RFP out in October. The Waste Isolation Pilot Plant Operations, WIP Ops, as we call it. We're actually discussing that acquisition strategy in the headquarters right now, but that's a little further out as well. Moving on to Savannah River, the Site Security Services, it's under evaluation. Again, not an end state contracting. The Integrated Mission Completion Contract, that will be an end state contract. And as I said, Day Chung and I were briefed on the final RFP on that yesterday. A few more approvals to go through, but we're getting very, very close. Hopefully get that out by the end of the month. We're doing the National Laboratory Management and Operating Contract. That's under evaluation right now. And big kudos to that team. When I briefed industry on the acquisition schedule of that pre-COVID, back in like the January timeframe, no one thought we could keep the schedule that we're keeping to right now. So those moving very, very well. And then we have the follow-on M&O contract for Savannah River, not an end state contract, but again, that one's a little further out on the horizon. Next slide, Dylan. Some EMCBC sites at Nevada, small business set aside and an end state acquisition that was recently awarded. The Moab Remedial Action Contract, small business set aside. Look for a December release of that final RFP, as I said. Moving over to Hanford, the tank closure contract recently awarded under review. What does that mean? There was a GAO protest GAO dismissed that protest. Why did they dismiss it? Because we said we would look at what we have done. We have not promised to do anything, to change an award or anything, but we are looking at it right now to see potentially if there's something we should have done differently. Central Plateau Cleanup, recently awarded, also protested the GAO. We won that GAO protest, and actually they will start their transition on the 5th of October out at Hanford. So any small businesses out there, they might want to go to find out who the Central Plateau Cleanup contract awardees are, as well as the next contract, Hanford Mission Essential Supports contract, because they started transitioning at Hanford in August. That was also protested to the GAO. We won that one as well. And so there's opportunities there for small businesses. A 222S laboratory cleanup contract. That's a small business set aside. Coming to closure on that evaluation, probably awarding that one in the very near future. And direct feed law, that's further out on the horizon, but we're working on that acquisition strategy as well. Moving over to Idaho, that is an end state contract. It's under evaluation. As I said, they had, they're having the oral problems next week virtually. And then two other things, the headquarters nationwide deactivation, decommissioning, and removal contract. That's what we call a MATOC, multiple award task order contract. 9 contracts were awarded. And what that means is we will compete task orders as they arise amongst those 9 companies. And then finally, the nationwide mixed low-level waste treatment services. The RFP is on the street as we speak. Those are basic ordering agreements, or BOAs. And as a little bit of, to give an idea of what we'll do, there were 7 of those awarded the last time we did that for these. So there may be opportunities for some of the folks listening to this. Okay, next slide, please. Small businesses. Here's how we're doing on the small business front. I'm proud to say that the department received an A for the 5th straight year from the SBA for prime and subcontracting. I think EM contributed immensely and significantly to receiving that A. So the color coordination here. So obviously the blue is the prime contracts that we do to small businesses. The green is the special authority we have for M&O contracts in this department. So what that means is first tier subs under the M&O contracts, they are allowed to be included towards our prime subcontract, to our prime contracting goals. So you'll see last year, and these numbers were actually just finalized within the last couple of months by the SBA, we did a total of $788 million. It's a nice upward trend there. So there's a lot of work for small business to do that. You'll see how we're doing this year. We got almost $500 million as of the end of July. I'm not sure we're going to get to 788. We'll be significantly above 500 million, however, because COVID did slow down some of the subcontracting efforts. Okay, moving on, Dylan, please. So in small business, how do you get involved if you like? One, I've talked about the direct contracts to small businesses. If you're a small business and you're eligible for one of the SBA's socioeconomic programs, such as woman-owned, 8A, services veteran-owned small business, you may want to try and get those some certifications because they do make a difference. And we do have contracts with Indian country in case we have tribally owned or native-owned companies listening in. Now, we don't have a special authority like Department of Interior has that allows us to set aside for native-owned or tribally owned contracts. So these companies are winning them on their own right competitively, so congratulations to them. But we do that. Subcontracting, this is probably where the majority, well, I know it is, where the majority of the effort would be for small businesses. As much as we would like to see a group of small businesses team up to entertain one of our larger multi-billion-dollar projects, it's probably not going to happen. So how do we mitigate that impact is by significant small business goals in our major contracts. We hold contractors accountable for that, their performance and meeting their small business goals. We do that through their fee earnings and also through CPARs, the Contractor Performance Assessment Reporting System, which is a grade that all contracting officers in the federal government have access to when they're reviewing award decisions. Okay, so there's a lot of money in the subcontracting. Mentor Protege program. Some contractors, not real big, but some of you may be interested in doing this. Usually require 2 of those agreements in our RFPs. So we can do that. Oh, one thing I skipped back to subcontracting is meaningful work. And I'm sorry for skipping that, but what is that? We want contractors to get discrete elements of the statement of work. And why do we want that? Because that's going to help build your resumes when you're able to do that. So the Mentor Protege Program. And then we also have the Supply Chain Management Center, which we run jointly with the National Nuclear Security Administration. A lot of small business there. And this is the operation where our contractors go there and they buy their products and maybe some services from the Supply Chain Management Center from the contractors who are involved in that project. And you can see category management. Think of that as strategic sourcing. So we get better buys. So I think that's about it. I'm not sure we have time for questions. And one of the other slides, which I think will be made available to you. There's lots of information on our websites and the headquarters website, as well as the EMCBC website for specific contract information. So that's all I got, Seth. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Norb. I really appreciate it. And before we get started with the next session, I just want to make a couple of announcements. I just want to once again thank our sponsors. We really appreciate it. Acton, Floor, Jacobs, Bechtel, Longnecker and Associates, Veolia, Holtec, Oak Ridge Technologies, Northwind, Boston Government Services, Permafix, Studsvik, and Hikari Ascendant. So we really appreciate that. Our next moderator is Marty Schneider. Many of you know as Marty or Marty Schneider. He is someone who is obviously key in planning this meeting. Him along with Autumn Bogus from FCOG, with Dylan Kama, Mackenzie Kerr from ECA, Mike Narker from DOE, Anita I. Caruso from DOE, and our newest members of our planning group, Stephen Cutter and Robin Rosenberg. We really appreciate everyone's help in putting this on. With that, Marty, I'm going to hand it over to you. Thanks, Marty.
Well, great. Thanks, Seth. And as you mentioned, I am Marty Schneider from Longenecker and Associates, also part of the FCOG staff. And truly, I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this panel. It's one that we do every year, and it reflects kind of what Ron and Ike both mentioned in their remarks, and that is the unique nature of this meeting, that this panel, like this meeting, brings together the communities, DOE, and the contractors for what has been and continues to be this year a very productive dialogue. So thank you for the opportunity, and I think we're going to have a really good discussion again today. So our panel today is full of folks who should be familiar names and faces to you, but I'll go ahead and read them off regardless. Happy to have Dae Chung from DOE EM, Betsy Connell from DOE EM, Karen Wiemelt from Jacobs, Greg Meyer from Floor, Mark Whitney from Amentum, and Rick McLeod from the Savannah River Community Reuse Organization. So it's really a great panel, and we're pleased to have them all here with us. I'd like to start out, earlier today we talked about the big successes that EM has highlighted during the panel: SWPF, Oak Ridge Vision 2020, DF Law at Hanford. So Betsy, let's start with you. Looking to next year and beyond, what are the next planned milestone achievements? What's the moonshot? What should we prepare to hear about in the 2021 success panel when we are all sitting in the audience physically around each other, hopefully? So Betsy, let's start there.
All right, thank you, Marty, and thank you to everyone for sponsoring.
Can you lower the volume a little bit?
And thank you to everyone for sponsoring this workshop. I'm happy to be here. So, we often highlight the point that we're at an inflection point with respect to the startup of the 3 processing facilities, and we've made the point that progress on tank waste, which is our largest component of environmental liability and our most complex challenge, it will help lay the foundation for future success. But also, a high-level waste interpretation. I talked a bit about that. Dispositioning tank waste by characteristic rather than where it came from. It has the potential of enabling us to more expeditiously address a significant liability and reduce life cycle costs in a manner that's protective of human health and the environment. Ike also talked a little bit about the application of the interpretation to the first waste stream, which is at Savannah River, a wastewater discharge waste stream. We have completed the environmental assessment on that. We issued a FONSI back in August, and we're currently in the process of completing the work at Savannah River. We're also looking to the future at what opportunities exist to apply the interpretation, and whether it's on equipment or on material, we want to find something that's Class C or below that couldn't be dispositioned, and that we could establish a disposition pathway for. So what would be the moonshot for EM? Well, often we hear folks talk about completing another site, just like Rocky Flats and Fernald and Mound. Well, certainly within the next 10 years, I think, Moab could be on the table, certainly completing the legacy cleanup at the Nevada National Security site, but also a lot of what's already in the EM vision, like completing the construction at the Mercury treatment facility at Oak Ridge, disposal of legacy TRU, and U-233 at Oak Ridge, completing the TRU campaign at Idaho by 2028. And then, of course, demolition of the E-Tech buildings. I'm happy to announce that we are the 9 of 10 buildings will be completed today. The enrichment process at Portsmouth, demolition of the process plant at West Valley. But let me go back to what I started out with. I really think taking advantage of the disposition pathways that could be available in the future, whether it's low-level waste, greater than Class C, tank waste, the depleted uranium hexafluoride conversion product, it should help us accelerate the cleanup and get the cleanup done expeditiously.
Great. And, I kind of posed the same question today, as you look across your organization and frankly, your long experience in other roles at EM, what's the success that you can look forward to that you're most excited about down the road?
Well, Betsy did a great job of covering some of the things that we ought to be looking out for the next year and future years. And also, Ike mentioned a few, but getting IWTU started up next year, I think is going to be a huge success in terms of being able to process the remaining liquid high-level waste at Idaho. In keeping with our vision at Savannah River, we've been talking about once we have Savannah River SWPF facility up and running, we would be able to basically complete our liquid waste mission maybe within a decade. I think with SWPF going hot this year, and hopefully we would be able to run it at its nameplate capacity, at least close to it next year, demonstrating not only we can build and start it up, but actually process at a nameplate capacity, which will demonstrate not only we can process the waste, but really demonstrating that that 10-year vision is achievable. So I think that's something we ought to look out for within the next year or so. I'm also excited about being able to get started with the building demolition at Portsmouth next year. Hopefully we'll get to initiate it at the end of this year, but the bulk of the initial D&D of the first GDP building at Portsmouth would occur next year. I think that's exciting news for Portsmouth as our next suite of GDP buildings to be knocked down, hopefully mimicking what we have done at Oak Ridge over the last decade or so. So those are some of the things I look forward within the next year time frame. Also, I should mention at West Valley, I think we will get the main plant, process main plant building demo started up, hopefully early next year. Hopefully we'll resume some of the precursory activities so we can get to the main building within the next few months. But as far as getting the demo started, I think we're looking forward to getting that started early next year. So it's going to be another exciting year next year. So.
Yeah, thanks, Day. And I think you guys have certainly have a lot on your plate, and there's lots to be excited about. I'm interested, as we go forward from our industry executives and our community representatives as well, as we think about that idea of the moonshot for EM. What's achievable when you think out there in terms of a stretch goal for the complex, that you set for your projects? Maybe we'll go to Mark first on this one, but what are you looking at as a moonshot for EM?
Okay, thanks, Marty. Can you hear me okay?
We got you.
I had great reception. I was following the full workshop. As soon as your happy face showed up, I lost connection. So I missed the beginning of Betsy's response that I caught Dave. So, well, I think, maybe following what Dave said, I think, we're not done with SWPF related milestones, right? We have to make sure that once SWPF is up and running, we kind of turn that construction, startup, commissioning success into operational success. So we have to be ready to ensure that the facilities, liquid waste facilities are really prepared to work a lot faster, right, up to 9 times faster, to accommodate that output of the solid waste processing facility. So we have to complete the solid waste transfers necessary to make that successful and get the next batch, salt batch for ticker done. But the moonshot here is, of course, closing all the tanks to Dave's point and completing the mission. And ultimately, this capability, this SWPF coming online, will really significantly increase that processing of salt waste through the system and really treat the waste. It's going to allow us to more quickly remove it from the system permanently, because it's going to create the space that's going to allow us to once again get back into operation and closing the clean waste tank. So SWPF is the first startup, is the first of many milestones, I think, to come related to it coming online. More tanks are going to be emptied faster after the next few years, and that's going to give us more breathing space and allow EM to move toward tank closures quickly. I would also like to mention, Hanford for a second. There's been a lot of discussion on that for obvious reasons today. I think there are some significant milestones coming up there in calendar year 21, including completing waste retrieval from one of the single shell tanks, AX-104. But in my mind, the most significant work there in 21 is really related to all the prep work for the first feed delivery to support perhaps the next moonshot milestone in the complex, which is the hot start of DF-LAW. And much like a solid waste processing facility at SRS, DF-LAW is, of course, a critical path to real progress in creating that capacity in the double shell tanks at Hanford and allowing for acceleration of retrieval. So a couple of really significant opportunities over the next year.
That's great. Yeah, thanks, Mark. That's a great points. Karen, Greg, anything to add?
The only thing I would add is to continue on what Ike said related to going back to more risk-based closures and really taking a hard look at what some of our cleanup levels are at various sites. And then when you do that and work closely with the communities and the regulators, are there some additional opportunities for other sites to be closed in the next 10 years? So I think from a moonshot perspective, that's certainly one area. Just getting to some specifics and focusing back on Hanford, as Mark just did, I think stabilizing the Z-cribs and the settling tank, which will get done in the first part of the fiscal year 21, will be another significant risk reduction activity. And then also has been mentioned several times, getting started on the main plant processing building at West Valley will be another big accomplishment. Thanks, Marty.
So Marty, I was just going to offer a couple quick things. Day and Betsy flagged a couple I was going to mention as moonshots. IWTU up and running and processing red waste up in Idaho. 326, the first GDP on the way down at Portsmouth. The other thing that maybe it's not a moonshot category, but there's an opportunity to ship a lot of waste next year if we can get things going. Idaho can ship a lot to WIP, Savannah River, excess plutonium out also to WIP. So there's a real good opportunity to crank up the number of shipments and make a lot of progress in getting waste out of the various states.
Yeah, and I think that's right. And, and Rick, as you look at your community, we've heard Savannah River site on the lips of a lot of speakers here today, a lot going on. But as you look to the future, what significant progress, is exciting you, or are you looking down the road at?
Thanks, Marty. Well, as everyone is saying, SWPF operational is going to be key. That's the next moonshot, in my opinion. Can we operate it? But you got to keep in mind there are other folks involved besides just DOE EM. So we got the regulators are going to have to ramp up for the expedited waste tank closure and the plans and the approvals and NRCs involved. So the next moonshot is how do you put all those pieces together to move that expedited schedule where we need to move it. So, and as Mike Budney mentioned earlier, what about the canister storage? Can we actually double stack canisters so we don't have another glass waste storage building need? Or the community's ultimate goal would be love to see those canisters moved out of the state, of course. So maybe eventually we'll touch base a little later. Maybe Betsy's mention of the high-level waste interpretation could help with that aspect as well. But no one's also mentioned the next moonshot of whoever wins the integrated mission completion contract, which will have salt waste processing facility fully operational, is they will also have to operate H Canyon at the same time. So I think the next moonshot is all operational in its background. I saw Mike shaking his head, so maybe I thought IMCC included H Canyon operation and K area. But if not, we still have H Canyon operation going on, which is a colossal process in itself and keeping it running and infrastructure. So a lot of moonshot issues down here, even though we've seen a lot of success and have been a lot in our topics today.
So then here we are, a great list of what's possible in front of us. Opportunities abound, but here we are in an environment, a new operating environment impacted by COVID, performed at least partially remotely. And I'm interested, starting with our industry folks. Ike mentioned, how surprised he's been at the progress that's been able to be made in a remote or virtual posture. Michael Lemke mentioned the work of FCOG to partner with DOE on what our teleworking policies and procedures look like in the future. But, as you look to your projects, how is it really impacting your day-to-day operations, your oversight? What's working and frankly, as you look to the fall and spring, what's not working that we, will need to address? And I'd like to start with Greg on this one. What do you think?
So at first blush, the teleworking and the telecommuting was not an impact, significant one for a few of us. I spent a lot of time on the road anyway, so I was used to working from remote sites, hotel rooms, whatever it might be. What we did find that when everybody's doing that, your day's a lot longer. Everything's kind of done in series instead of in parallel. You can't go to one meeting and just grab someone else and say, hey, let's talk about this. You have to actually take time to set those up. So it makes things a little more disciplined to get where you need to go. The biggest impact from the corporate standpoint, however, has been the inability to visit the site. So the governance, the board meetings, the on-site visits, the assist visits, we've had to really ratchet that back, and we're looking forward to, and just now starting to release some people to make those site visits, which we think are very important. At the sites themselves, they all dealt with it differently depending on their situation. So we had a number of people that were working remotely and doing a very good job. On the other hand, some people couldn't do their jobs remotely. And so the question was get them back as soon as you can. And then we had some cases where teams were working and all of a sudden one person would pop, questionable. And so that idles an entire team, which we had not thought about in advance. So working in small confined spaces and all of a sudden the whole team goes away for 10 days to 2 weeks. So there was definitely some operational impacts from that sense.
Karen, how's it looked for the Jacobs projects?
Well, very similar to what Greg said, it has been very difficult to connect as much as we'd like with our sites and the teams there and really see progress on the ground. The flip of that is, though, I actually think in some respects we've been able to reach a lot more people through videos and through Teams meetings and involve more people than we normally would have. So from that perspective, it's worked well. You know, certainly from our site's perspective, as Greg said, it's been challenging, especially with the lack of PPE and all the new protocols that have been implemented over the past few months. What I will say, though, to follow on to some of the previous panels, is I actually have seen more collaboration amongst all the site contractors across all the sites, Paducah, Hanford, Savannah, all of them, to really make sure everybody's being consistent, giving consistent messages to the workforce, making sure that the protocols that are being implemented are consistent, to make it as least confusing as possible to our workforce. And so I think that's been a very good outcome. And as Brian mentioned, you know, it really accelerated the teamwork that he was working on at Hanford. So that has been helpful. I think the thing that surprised me the most is how quickly this industry and the rest of the world was able to adapt to teleworking. I think if you would have asked any of us 6 months, 7 months ago, we would have never said that this industry could telework the way we have over the past 6 months. So I think that's been a good thing.
You know, Mark, I think, you know, I assume that you've seen a lot of similar collaboration and adaptation from the Amentum projects. But as you look towards the fall and beyond, you know, do you think there are further changes, further adaptations, or are we going to need to continue this evolution? What are you worried about as we go forward?
Yeah. So first of all, I'm surprised you let me answer this question given my technical difficulties working in the remote environment when we started this. But before I answer that, I'll just you know, kind of tag on to something Karen just said. I have been impressed by the amount of work that we've actually all been able to get done, frankly. I think it probably we adapted much better than any of us would have anticipated. And I do think, as far as teleworking, the projects have been very effective in maximizing the benefits. I do think that moving forward, a couple of things we've managed in this process, you know, during the course of the last months. And I think the workforce has really developed some new proficiencies, right, in working remotely. I haven't quite caught up to them, but I think they have, and folks have gotten creative even from an operational standpoint about being able to continue to get things done. But the projects also took advantage, I think, importantly, and I want to mention it before I actually answer your question, of the different environment, right? And so things like implementing backlog reductions, as well as instituting improvement initiatives that could be completed remotely, things that maybe we weren't able to do during the normal course of work. And I think that the projects, from what I've seen across the complex, have done a very good job. But so far so good. However, to your point, I think we need to watch this and focus on the longer term need of some level of a remote working posture, because I don't think for the long term, probably the capability and infrastructure to maximize the remote or the teleworking efficiency is there yet, you know, from a bandwidth perspective, a security perspective, software, and those types of things. So, and also probably a need to continue to improve our means of monitoring effectiveness in teleworking, depending on the project. I think probably is something we're all looking at and making sure we can do that, continue to do that moving forward.
No, that's a great point. And you know, I think, Day, I'd be interested as you look at how it's working from a DOE perspective, both in terms of you know, just how the processes are working, but also in how you're measuring effectiveness. And also, I'll work in an audience question here. Just as you look forward, this from Wayne Barber, when EM is looking at sites resuming pre-COVID operation levels. So I'll wind all three of those together to send your way, Dave.
Well, just from a EM headquarters perspective, I would ditto what Ike mentioned in terms of the effectiveness of our employees reacting to the current pandemic situation has been tremendous in terms of their ability to produce while working in a virtual environment. Our IT team has done a great job of supplying IT support. Ike and EM leadership has done a tremendous job encouraging folks to be connected through video connections, whether Zoom or WebEx or other means, so that we can promote the idea of having more interactive discussion rather than telephone calls. And I think we've done a good job of increasing the level of communications and engagement. While it's not ideal, I think we've done a pretty good job of managing current situation. In terms of some of the things I observed that are going on at the site level, you know, with the exception of Moab, rest of the EM sites are not yet at full operations, as you know. The oversight aspect are being done adequately because many of those types of work could be done remotely. We do have measures in place to be able to send, you know, fact reps and other oversight functions to be executed in the field where needed. The other thing I'm very encouraged by is that I'll give you an example. You know, at West Valley, we were hoping to get to a fairly high-risk deactivation activity so we can get to the main plant demolition sooner than later, wrestling with all the COVID-related controls and constraints, but working closely with our contractor folks, they were able to come up with a right set of measures or additional controls to, you know, pull that activity forward, actually, so we could get to that critical work sooner than later. So what we're seeing is, you know, innovation, you know, creative solution making by working together. As Karen and others say, I think this environment has kind of forced us to work closer, if we will, with a better collaboration. Another example would be at WTP. You know, they started a night shift about a month ago, where now they have about 300 folks working during night shift for doing construction and commissioning works. That's another great example of finding a way despite the current situation. So I think as long as we focus on what we need to focus, even though it's not ideal, and I think we need to continue to encourage leadership to get more engaged, more frequent communication and dialogue with the workforce, sharing small successes, talking about status of various deliverables. There's all kinds of things you can talk about. And also, you know, there's a human side to this current environment. So we got to figure out how to get in touch with our workforce, our staff, our colleagues, to have that, you know, kind of, chatting that we miss, you know, the hallway talk, water fountain conversations, those kind of human factors, the softer side of our business, which is very important, I think, in the long run. So I think those are the kind of things that we can perhaps share in terms of our lessons learned and going forward. So hopefully I answer at least some of your questions.
Yeah, no, thank you, Jay. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm interested in particular too, Rick, as you both see what's happening in the Savannah River community, but also as you talk to your ECA colleagues across the sites elsewhere in the country. How is this shift in operating posture and culture impacting the local communities? And, you know, are you seeing or looking ahead to economic or other impacts as this, you know, remote work posture becomes part of the permanent culture at DOE sites? What impacts are you seeing?
Well, one impact is trying to dig out my sport coat that I haven't had on since March. And for someone from Florida who brought up University of Florida, should recognize a linen sport coat over a white sport coat. But we won't get into Seth's attire either. But not to be a Debbie Downer, but I will be. We talk about the telecommuting aspect. I'll give you a real example here locally. We have a 50,000 square foot commercial office retail space that is supposed to be back up for lease at April of next year, 2021. And we're hearing that they may not go back and lease that building. They may just telecommute, and they're seeing that as advantageous to the business culture, which we can understand. But you can also imagine the impact, as you were talking about. What does that mean to the local community? A couple of hundred people no longer eating a hot dog or doing something locally. So we're seeing that as a big impact, or a potential impact, not just here, but in other communities. As we telecommute, how many of these commercial buildings will become vacant or no longer utilized to the capacity they were? That may not be DOE, but DOE also, I think, is looking at Los Alamos as a NNSA is potentially putting some folks out in a commercial building out the site. DOE may want to start looking at that as a potential aspect for the communities to look at. Is we have folks out of that area, out of the office, can we put them downtown locations to help the communities? Another Debbie Downer is retirement. So what does the COVID do to the workforce retirement? 2008, a lot of folks couldn't retire because of 401ks and where we were in the market. That's not necessarily the case now. So how many are going to come back after telecommuting from that aspect? And what are we looking at retirements in the local community? That's an issue that we're trying to follow and decipher. The last that we're seeing is a lot of the telecommuting reaction to interaction, I've been calling it. We're losing that. I mean, most of your day and everyone is being more efficient, but you're not really reacting to interaction with people a lot. So we're seeing a lot of downtime that you would be doing emails or conversations, and doesn't necessarily exist during this period of COVID.
Now, those are good points, Rick, and certainly things to consider as we look forward. And also as we kind of decipher the impacts of the COVID operating environment, Betsy, I'm interested as you talk to states and regulators, what impacts are you seeing with the regulator? Are host states willing to reconsider milestones and commitments that are impacted through COVID-related delays? What are you seeing on your end with the regulator discussions?
Yes, so our site managers have been in contact with both the EPA and state regulators throughout this COVID process. And for us at headquarters, we have been in close contact with EPA headquarters as well. In the March timeframe, in the May timeframe, EPA issued some guidance indicating that they would exercise regulatory flexibility on both environmental compliance monitoring as well as on regulatory agreements. And in the area of environmental monitoring, they just asked that we keep records. We were not going to need to go back and do any additional monitoring. In the area of agreements, they asked that we follow our normal processes for change that exist within our agreements. They also noted the ability to do force majeure notifications as well, and they encouraged the states to be flexible as well. Frankly, both the EPA and the states have been flexible. We have exercised force majeure notification in at least one instance. Most recently with the Brookhaven stack, the milestone was end of September. It's being moved out a few months we'll be able to complete it fairly quickly, but to close out all the paperwork as well. So, while the level of progress, may have slowed during COVID, we're still making a lot of progress across all of our sites. And I think it's a little too early to say whether we're going to have problems with any of the out-year milestones down the road. But we do believe that that most of them will be able to be met.
Great. And moving on to the I guess the more tactical, we're moving forward now with the first of several planned transitions for new contracts at Hanford that will come in the at least a hybrid virtual in-person environment. And so I guess, Day, I'm interested in your perspective in the challenges of transitioning in this hybrid environment, impacting, how it'll impact the workforce, and, frankly, what'll have to be done. And we talked about flexibility earlier. What'll have to be done differently in these transitions? And I'll start with Day, but I'm also interested, Mark and Karen, to hear from you as well as you face those transitions at Hanford. Day?
Yeah, let me give it a shot. As many of you know, contract transition are always challenging because you have to balance with ongoing performance of the incumbent contractor, and doing that transition is much more challenging, obviously, under the current condition. But there are things that we can do. In fact, it's being done. Hanford side, we had to delay the transition activities mainly due to COVID, but they have come up with a, I think, pretty reasonable hybrid method in terms of transitioning the HMSC contract that we are already seeing. Likewise, we are gearing up to start the transition for the CPCC contract early next month. So I think there are, certainly the paperwork type of activities that are required, blue sheeting of the existing procedures, those could be done virtually rather effectively, I would think. But there are, however, some field activities, walk downs and things like that you're going to have to accommodate. Just like we have accommodate ongoing work activities, giving full respect to the COVID controls and whatnot, social distancing. I think we are beginning to learn how to accommodate those site visits, those, the facility tours and walk downs in a manner that meets the current COVID, set of controls. So we're doing that. It might take a little longer than what it has taken traditionally. So one of the things that we have done since I think the ICP Idaho contract RFP is where we're providing a little more flexibility and a little more time to transition. And also we're entertaining the idea of implementation period to follow the transition. So between the extended transition period and implementation period that we're going to exercise, I think that would provide sufficient time for our new contractor leadership and the workforce to get the transition done, as well as getting all the familiarization and harmonization done in a manner that is consistent with the way we are operating under the current condition. So it takes, I think, a little bit more vigilance and maybe a better planning, because you may have to sequence things a little bit more tightly than under the normal condition, where you can do a lot of things in parallel. So I would offer just continue to work with us in terms of how to sequence those transitional activities and find ways to maximize the virtual effectiveness, as well as taking the benefit of having physical site tours and facility tours, get those kinds of activities done that require on-site presence.
Yeah, Mark, from a contractor perspective, I'm interested first to you and then to Karen about the unique challenges, both with the existing workforce, and then also as you bring in new leadership. What challenges are you seeing, and what strategies do you think will need to be employed to address them?
Well, first of all, obviously we haven't started transition yet. We start October 5th, but on CPCC. But I agree completely with Day. Transitions are always difficult, right? And this is manageable. This will be manageable. I think flexibility will be key. And frankly, we've all known that a key requirement to make this new in-state contract model work is partnership. And so, that'll certainly be tested. But I think, we have the right folks on the ground to do this. I think, given the situation that, it goes without saying that the typical contract transition approach and how we manage the transition is going to require some adjustment, some flexibility, some accommodation, as Dave mentioned, but it is doable. The contract transitions are generally a people-intensive effort, and it begins with whether it's the kickoff meeting and the transition support teams getting together for the in-brief, the all-employee meetings to meet the new leadership team, due diligence reviews, and turnovers after the project briefings, and then the comprehensive facility walkdowns and assessments. And so obviously very, very people intensive. So we'll have to adapt, our implementation of transition to a certain degree, but definitely manageable. I think some of the things that we need to consider are, depending on when the transition occurs, generally speaking, not just CPCC, we could have a good portion of the workforce in remote work locations, right? So provisions have to be made to accommodate the briefings and the turnovers, and these can be done virtually, whether it's engineering to business services, et cetera. Some level of the facility walkdowns, I think, can and will occur, particularly if the facility is in an operational status. However, for many of the legacy facilities, I think some accommodation will be required in order for the incoming company to really be able to credibly assess the material condition and the corresponding risk associated with that condition. But I think our experience really since April, that leveraging the technologies that we've become accustomed to, whether it's Zoom or Teams, WebEx, they work well for engagement between all of us, whether it's the contractors and the client or the regulators. And so we'll continue to rely on those and other technologies as we move forward. I think looking ahead, probably one of the more significant challenges, frankly, is going to be driving the necessary culture changes that are needed to shift to this new contracting model, right? And adopting that more aggressive closed mentality. But we've done that before in EM successfully, including on River Corridor effort. And so we just have to be able to do that in a different environment within which to drive that change.
Karen?
So from an outgoing contractor perspective, the biggest challenge for us is to make sure that we are providing all the necessary information that we need to the incoming contractor to ensure that they can successfully transition the contract and to ensure that we have minimal disruption to ongoing operations and to the workforce. During transition, we will be doing the stabilization of the Z-cribs and the settling tank. And so those are critically important from a risk reduction activity at Hanford. I don't see any issue with it because, as Dave said, we have had the luxury of a little bit of extra time to really get ready and ensure that we've got all the information put together. And then to Mark's point of the fact that we have been operating in this virtual environment for the past several months really plays in well to our ability to continue doing so during transition, to do those kind of briefings to the incoming contractor or with different groups that may be teleworking that wouldn't otherwise be doing so. I also agree with Mark. I think probably the bigger challenge is to transition to this new operating model. But again, it really just comes down to partnering and ensuring that the scope is adequately defined. Now, and again, the challenge there will be then to walk down the facilities and make sure everybody's on the same sheet of music as to what the scope is. But we are prepared to work with the incoming contractor to ensure that we can make sure that they have all the information that they need and that we have a very smooth continuation of operations as we finish up that contract.
Great. Thanks, Karen. And, I think, as we move through this discussion, much like in the rest of our lives, at some point, we need to pivot from our COVID discussion to our operational discussion. And I think, we want to also focus on some of the project and other items, that I think will be good to drive this discussion. Both Day and Greg mentioned IWTU as one of the next real opportunities for EM to, deliver on the cleanup mission across the complex. So Greg, I'll start with you on this. Where what's the path forward for IWTU? Certainly, right there amongst the three critical construction and startup projects, SWPF and DF Law, IWTU right there among them in terms of its significance. So where do we stand? What's the path forward, and what lessons can we learn from where IWTU is that we can apply elsewhere in the complex?
So IWTU took about a 5 or 6 month hit because of the COVID impacts of the schedule. And there's a lot of vendors that had to provide equipment. There's a lot of tight working spaces, similar to issues to what I mentioned earlier. And so we were in the middle of what we called outage J to get ready to do some major mods. A number of them were planned, some were upgrades, and 1 or 2 were investigate and determine what the fix is. And so outage J was supposed to wrap up end of summer, early fall. We would be in the pre-test mode and going into what we call the hot operations by the end of this calendar year. The schedule right now is that outage J will finish up in December. January, February, primarily readiness activities and some verification tests. And then in the March timeframe, the plant will be started up for about a 50-day verification run, still using simulant. And then at the end of the 50 days, with a couple more tests behind us, in the June, July timeframe, we would actually start inserting actual radioactive product material into the IWTU to produce the outcome. So the lessons from this one, it's been an interesting experience on IWTU. It was, as Mike Budney said earlier, and the same with Frank Shepard, it's a one of a kind, it's a first of a kind, it's an only of a kind. And so there's a lot of things different about IWTU, fluidized beds, technology. Well, we had to do some major mods because the plant had actually not run for sufficiently long for the contractor to actually do an analysis of the performance. So hundreds of modifications and design changes. And probably the lesson there is for this type of a plant, as much as possible, if you can build a pilot, run the pilot, do the testing before you invest the big money into the full-scale production. I think that's the lesson that I would preach to all my fellow contractors on this one and to the department.
Thanks, Greg. Day, anything on those lessons, or as we look forward to IWTU startup, anything to add from the DOE perspective?
Not a whole lot. I think the contractor was making a significant progress prior to COVID. I was able to visit Hazen Test Facility late last year. One of the highest risk factor was with a type of filter that we were trying to replace with, and that whole testing program, I think, has been successfully completed.
Yes.
So that removes one of the highest risk factors, in my opinion, in terms of the reliability of that technology as well as plant operation. So unfortunately, we were hit by this pandemic because of the type of work that Greg was mentioning in terms of, outage J, the very, tight spaces and, hundreds of different work packages that need to be executed to make those modifications. I think it's going to take some time as our folks figure out how to sequence those and come up with different ways of managing so-called worker density challenges. Perhaps we can get a little more creative in terms of coming up with other set of controls if we cannot, absolutely maintain social distancing. So I think if we can, get some ideas and insights from other folks around the complex in terms of how can we get to the next, set of work activities, I think we'll get there. We'll get there. Hopefully we'll get there by the middle of next year, maybe sooner. But I think the contractor is working very, very hard. Our federal team out there is working with them hand in hand in terms of coming up with a, solutions. So I think we'll get there, and I think when we get there, it's going to be exciting.
Right. No, thanks, Dave. Rick, this is going to be 2021 is going to be the first year that EM has a separate contract for its EM lab, Savannah River National Laboratory. So, how significant of a development does the community view this? And then I'll put it to Day and to Betsy as well. What opportunities does having a separate SRNL contract unlock for EM going forward? So, Rick, to you.
All right, Marty, I did a newsletter article just last month on this whole issue of what we've been seeing with contracts, at least at Savannah Riverside. As most of you know that have gray hair like me, it used to be just one contractor for the majority of the 70 years down here. So from a community perspective, now we're looking at 4 different contractors, if you want to call those prime contracts or major contracts or significant contracts. So from a community perspective, that's difficult. Folks work at Savannah Riverside. They think there's a big blob out there that they don't understand that each employee gets a different paycheck from a different employer. So that's a challenge locally to look at that aspect of it. But there are some benefits. Advanced Manufacturing Collaborative is part of the RFP for the new lab facility. So that is an off-site DOE building that will be on the USC Aiken campus. It'll follow a little bit like the CARES facility at Idaho Falls. So we see that as a major step forward, a great opportunity to bring private sector in, not just that facility. And we're anxious to see what the lab contractors have in mind to bring that facility up and running. What kind of private sector can we team with them? We don't expect them to do it, but how does the community work with those folks to move forward to private sector? We hope it opens up more opportunity for tech transfer. So, and also, startups. That's really what local communities are looking at, is how do we parlay what the contractors are doing into other economic development opportunities. So we're thinking the lab is a good thing, but we're also looking at it cautiously and hoping the contractor that wins it thinks about the community and aspects of how they can leverage what we have in the community.
Day, from your perspective, then, what is having that separate SRNL contract unlock for EM in the complex?
Well, I think, first of all, I think the separating SRNL from the current M&O contract is expected to provide benefits for not only the SRNL, but also the M&O. So we can focus their respective strengths in terms of advancing both EM and DOE mission at Savannah Riverside, and support broader mission areas of DOE and others. I do think that the new standalone contract would provide a better opportunity for greater academic involvement and collaboration, whether it's AMC related or otherwise. We envision the new contract would foster maximum realization of SNL's potential as a national lab to benefit not only the department, but expanding its R&D portfolio, much like what INL and others did when they started as a perhaps smaller national lab. So we have examples from at least 2 other laboratories that we can learn from, and hopefully paying significant dividends for American taxpayers. And I would think that this would bring opportunity for the local communities. Perhaps it would attract worldwide or nationwide expertise in science and technology to visit or reside in Southeast environment, which is unique, I think. So I think this is a great opportunity for not only for SRNL but also the M&O going forward.
Both Ike and Norb highlighted, the tremendous activity that's been, happening on the acquisition side, with EM just rapidly moving forward with the next phase of acquisitions. Savannah River IMCC, Oak Ridge D&D, SeaTac, Moab, all coming this fall. with SRNL, SRS Paramilitary, 222S, and Idaho Cleanup under evaluation, HMESI and Hanford Plateau in transition, and Hanford Tanks in the midst of corrective action in response to a protest. Not to mention Savannah River M&O and WIP M&O just around the corner. So I guess starting with you, Day, I mean, is this pace sustainable? And you know, I'd start with Day and then move to the rest of the panel. Is this a sustainable pace, both from the bid and evaluation perspectives? And you know, has this process, you know, I guess enabled both DOE and industry to go faster in a virtual process? But I'll start with you, Day, and then move out to our industry and community partners.
There's no doubt that it's been a very busy season the last several months. As Norb mentioned during his session, we actually spent a lot of time just prior to or just after waste management. We put together a fairly strong team to look at various aspects of this business with some consultation from, you know, external experts as well, and looked at the entire suite of upcoming procurement activities. And we load them up on a P6 schedule. We try to manage like a project. So we resource load it. We built some contingencies for things like protests and whatnot. So we came up with what we thought was achievable set of milestones or schedule back in March. And we put that out as initial communication to the industry. And then we committed ourselves and to our senior leadership in the department that every quarter we would reevaluate. Meanwhile, we would be getting feedback from the industry as well. So we've gotten a lot of feedback, good feedback. So every quarter we're reevaluating. So far, we think we can keep up with the pace. But as Norb said, and as I will say it again, that we will be looking at the overall schedule and timeline every quarter, and we're going to be revisiting using that P6 schedule. And we need to make an adjustment. We will. If not, we're going to continue. Now, in terms of you know, some of the things that we're going to have to factor in as we gain more experience from both HMSE and CPCC transition, and also how we would execute, you know, first set of task orders on the end state. I think once we capture lessons learned from the post sort of end state implementation, we might have to adjust the schedule further because we need to factor in the additional workload that would come about as a result of issuing or developing or issuing, evaluating those individual task orders. But so far, I think we have demonstrated we can pace with a schedule and timelines that we have shared with the industry. But we are open to any suggestions, and we welcome your feedback as always.
Karen, we'll go to you next with kind of the same question. I mean, you know, how is industry keeping pace with this spate of acquisitions? And, you know, is the virtual environment actually, you know, enabling everybody to be more efficient and keep up, or are we going to face a more of a challenge as we go forward?
Good questions. Certainly, we are keeping up, and you know, it is exciting to see all of the different sites and projects come under procurement, because it does give a lot of opportunities to other folks who haven't been playing at various sites. When I look at some of the changes that DOE has made to the process, I believe that really skinnying down the cost volume has helped a tremendous amount in terms of our ability to keep up with this pace. That was always the long pole in putting out these major procurements, to putting out the proposals. So that has been very welcome. Although I do wonder if we're not kicking the can somewhat down the road when you've got to come up with that same level of cost estimates as part of the task order development. So to today's point, I do think once we get a few of those under our belt, we'll have to look at those and incorporate in lessons learned from that. But the way it's set up now, I don't see a reason why we can't keep up with the current acquisition pace. With respect to the ability to do it virtually, it's similar to teleworking. If you'd asked me 7 months ago, I would have never said we could do one of these proposals completely virtually, but we just did it. And while we had some lessons learned, overall it was a really good experience, and our folks in general were glad to be able to sleep in their own beds at night and not be gone for 2 months away from their homes and families to work on these procurements. So from that perspective, it actually went very, very well. You know, we'll see how the virtual orals go next week for Idaho, but overall, it's been a much, much better experience than I would have ever guessed it to be. So we're going to continue on doing as much as possible virtually, and then supplementing that with in-person meetings and workshops as we need to.
But I do want to emphasize that we always welcome your feedback, because for the American taxpayers, we want healthy competition. In order to have healthy competition, you know, we have to make sure that we have adequate resources on both sides. So, I mean, this is a you know, critical work that we do, and we do need your feedback on a constant basis. So, you know, whether it's through formal industry days or RFIs or any other means through FCOGs, we welcome your feedback so we can come up with the best, you know, forecast of the upcoming activities, so we can have the, you know, healthiest competition, and so they can pick the best of the best.
The one other point I would make, though, is with a schedule like this, which is certainly doable, you do tie up a lot more key personnel across a number of these acquisitions for a number of years. And so maybe you are getting the best, maybe you're not, because they might be committed on a different proposal. So that's just one consideration, but we'll adjust accordingly.
So one of the things we did is we're constantly encouraging for our contractors and industry to bring in other partnership arrangements from different industry. We also changed our evaluation criteria for the past performance, so that when you form an LLCs, the LLCs don't have to demonstrate their requisite experience and qualification for all of the work scope in the PWS. Then you just need to demonstrate the portion that they are going to be performing within that scope. So hopefully that
was good.
Gives you a little more flexibility in terms of identifying the right set of key personnel.
That was helpful.
Well, you know, I could sit here and lob questions at the six of you all day, but I just don't think they're going to let me. And so as we approach 3:30, I have time left just to thank each of you sincerely for your participation, and to say from the bottom of my heart, I hope we're in person to do it next year. I miss seeing you and so many people in the audience in person, but I really thank you for taking the time to do this virtually. I think it was a great discussion, and I will hand it back to Seth for the next panel. So thank you.
Thank you.
Marty, I just want to make sure that people see my B-React hat. I know that they couldn't see the hat last time, but I think it's appropriate based on the speaker that I'm going to introduce. So first, I just want to thank that last panel. It was a great panel, very insightful, very informative, and we really appreciate it. Mike Narker, who's the moderator of the next session, is someone that many of you know. He's had a long career working both in and around the EM program. He is somebody who was a regular speaker at ECA meetings in his past job as a reporter, and he's a regular speaker now in his current job within EM. He also has worked in congressional and intergovernmental affairs, and is currently the chief strategist for DOE EM. And I just want to say that, you know, Mike, we always appreciate your insights into the issues that are going on at the Department of Energy as you help demystify a lot of the issues that we're working on. With that, I want to hand it over to Mike.
Thank you, Seth. I appreciate that very much, and I'm glad to be able to participate in this year's workshop. Well, I know many of us wish it could be in person. I'm glad that even we're still able to work the technology to at least do it in this virtual environment. Excited to moderate today's panel. I know we're getting near the end of the workshop, but I think this is a very important topic. We've heard a lot today about all the great work EM has done, especially this year, and already kind of a lot of talk about what that means for the future of the program. And that's what this panel is about, it's looking ahead where EM wants to go. And of course, as has been mentioned, we need the other pillars as represented by the industry, our industry partners, and of course, the local communities near our sites to develop and achieve that vision. So I'd like to introduce today's panelists. We have T.L. Cubbage, who is the Deputy Undersecretary of Science. Before he came to DOE, he was a partner with Covington Burling Law Firm. T.L.'s received his BA magna cum laude from Southern Methodist University and a JD from University of Texas at Austin. Probably most importantly, TL is the only person to have won both the college championship and the annual tournament of champions on the quiz show Jeopardy! And I think this panel will not be as difficult as either of those. We also have Todd Schrader, who's Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for EM. Todd, of course, is familiar probably to every single person on this virtual event, having had leadership positions both at Carlsbad and at Hanford. Todd, of course, has a bachelor's in mechanical engineering from the University of Florida, which has gotten a lot of love in this meeting, and a master's from North Carolina State University. And Michael Lemke, who, along with his FCOG role, of course, is president of the Nuclear Environmental Group at Huntington Ingalls Industries Technical Solutions Division. And before joining HII, Michael had a long and successful career in government, including both in NNSA and naval reactors. We also have David Israelovitz, who's a member of the Los Alamos County Council. He's been a member since July 2011, having served 2 terms as council chair. And prior to his service as county councilor, he served on the County Planning and Zoning Commission and other local government entities. He also is a former scientist from Los Alamos. And then we also have David Reflog, who serves as executive director of the Hanford Communities Group and as vice president for federal programs of Tri-Cities Development Council, or TRIDEC. David previously also worked here on the Hill, staffer for both Senators Maria Cantwell and Patty Murray. And I will not make my first question for David to guess what is the photo behind me, but if anybody in the audience can guess, we'll try to think of some kind of award they can come through. I'll narrow it down. It is at Hanford, but if you can guess the facility. So what I'd like to do for our format is turn it over to TL for a few minutes for a few opening remarks to help set the stage for our discussion. And then I have questions for the panelists, just befitting my former career as a reporter, but I hope many of you out there can also submit questions, and we'll try to work them as time permits. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to TL.
Thank you, Mike. Is everybody hearing me okay? Terrific. Well, it's a pleasure to virtually be with you today. Like others, I look forward to when we can do it physically again, but at least our community can come together today to talk about some of the issues. I'd like to set the stage for this panel by acknowledging that there's a lot that has been accomplished in the past year. There's a lot that EM can quite proudly, and the EM community can quite proudly take a victory lap about, but let's spend the next few minutes talking about the future. Since he came on board to lead EM, Ike has been very much looking at the future and brought forward a strategic vision for the next decade. And in the Undersecretary's office, we're very proud to be part of that vision, just to be supporting it, because there's a lot that is going to be great, even greater than the things that have been done recently. We really are, we believe, at an inflection point where, although a great deal has been done, more progress is going to be coming at an even faster and faster rate. And the vision really captures that ambition, and we are looking forward to carrying it forward. And so I think that's what I'd like to talk about in the next hour. And Mike, I invite others to give remarks to kick us off.
Great. Thank you, TL. I think I'd like to start with the Q&A for our panel, because the first question, both Teal, you kind of touched on it, and this might be for you and Todd, is inside DOE, how is the EM strategic vision viewed? This is new for EM. EM has not put out a document like this in a long time. Of course, as you mentioned, this was a key initiative of Ike White's. So I guess how is the document viewed, and what have been seen as the objectives or benefits of issuing this kind of document, especially at this time in the program?
Well, from my perspective, it really sets forward what I regard as an ambitious agenda of real demonstrable progress. And that sets an agenda that the leadership and the EM team can hold themselves accountable to, and that we can ask our community to partner with us in being held accountable to achieving. And part of what I think is exciting about real demonstrable momentum is that it creates a possibility for our stakeholders to have more and more confidence in us. And that confidence then will again enhance our ability to execute and what we can bring to the table and what we're provided in terms of resources and support. And so we're challenging ourselves, we're challenging our community, but I think if we rise to that challenge, it will be success will build upon success.
Thank you. Todd?
I'll add on. Can you hear me? Yep. All right. I'll add on the vision document, particularly when combined with the priorities list we put out. I think it kind of lays out how you're going to get there. You know, the vision document is that sort of 10-year horizon where we're going. But you know, you don't immediately jump to 10 years. You have steps in the intervening years to get there. And so I think by looking at the priorities that we'll put out, hopefully again next year, something we're working on, and we put out this year, it gives you sort of the starting point. And the vision document kind of lays out some intermediate steps and the end point. But I think they're very important together when you look at it holistically. I also think, you know, a good point that I think Jay and Ken made earlier today about delivering on promises. The strategic vision is sort of our promise. This is what we intend to do over the next 10 years. And so by putting it out there, it gives us the goal and hopefully builds credibility. You know, as Ike said earlier, you know, he had up priorities behind him when he was talking. We're going to make the vast majority of those. In fact, if it weren't for COVID, I think we might have hit just about all of them, except for maybe a couple changing conditions here and there. And so building the credibility, putting it out there is what we're going to do. I think all of that feeds into building our credibility with Congress, our stakeholders, and moving the program forward.
So I think that sums up a good vision of how this document is viewed within DOE. Now I'm curious to see how it's received more externally. So maybe I'll turn over to Michael, especially in the industry community. How was the strategic vision received, and how was it viewed?
So I think it's been received very positively. You know, one of the most important things that we can do in the complex is have a collective, aligned definition of what success looks like, both at the project level and then on a complex-wide basis. And I think the vision document did just that, making it very clear what the priorities of the department are. And I thought it was great that not all the priorities were treated as equal. There's a hierarchy there. They tie directly into the vision. And then that provides a unified set of aligned priorities that we now have to go execute on for this year. I think it's a very powerful tool.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask both Davids, in your local communities, how was the vision received, and kind of seeing either benefits or concerns over the vision? So I'll start. We'll do it in alphabetical order. I'll start with Mr. Israelovitz.
First, thank you to, can you hear me okay? So thank you to ECA and FCOG for organizing this. It's been very insightful. So the strategic vision has, at least in the perspective of Los Alamos, is pretty well aligned with prior plans. So there were really no surprises there. But the fact of the strategic vision itself needed to have more of a unveiling to the communities, a more active unveiling to the communities, so that that alignment could be included in the communities. So on one side, it was very good that it reassured the vision was aligned with kind of the long-term plans and what the expectations were. But it was kind of unveiled in a way that didn't include the communities per se in the draft versions. So there was some surprise and some concern on that side. So that's kind of the positive and the benefit. There's some lessons learned about that, and we can talk later about kind of ways to improve on that. But I wanted to kind of give that both perspectives on the vision rollout.
Thank you. And then David Reflog at Hanford.
Well, first, Mike, I'd like to express my appreciation for your background. That's a nice shot of the reactor there. But I would say that first, I would echo a lot of what David said about the importance of engagement with the communities and identifying those communities' priorities in the strategic vision. I think some folks were maybe a little bit surprised by what was or wasn't included in the strategic vision. And I think we would have liked to have had more opportunity to provide input before the vision was finalized. But that being said, I do think that there's a lot of value in the strategic vision documents. We've seen a couple of vision documents that have come out of the Hanford side in the past, and then now at the larger EM side. And I think there's a lot of value in that. It's good to have a long-term vision and goal, and something that we can all be sort of aiming towards. And so I really do think that that's a worthwhile endeavor. And one of the other things I would say is, I think one of the opportunities with these strategic vision type of documents is to look at opportunities for win-wins. Yeah, wins for the communities, wins for DOE, wins for the contractors, wins for the tribes. And I feel like there's a real opportunity for us to use these strategic vision documents as a way to further define where some win-wins might be.
Thank you. Todd, one of the things we've of course seen over the past year is EM has worked to start garnering more stakeholder input for the next iteration of strategic vision. Ike has said it will be updated on an annual basis. I'm wondering if you can maybe talk a little bit about what EM is doing this go around to try to capture some of that, try to do some more of that outreach with stakeholders.
Sure. Before I answer that question, I'll just go back slightly on the question of, reviews of drafts in the first version and it just sort of coming out. I'll be honest, that was a conscious decision, and that I think it's very difficult to get reviews of, I'll call it blank sheets of paper or early versions of documents. And so we sort of made a conscious decision the first time we put it out. Now that it's been out there and everyone had a chance to think about it, it certainly, I think, lends itself a lot more to reviews. And so we're taking a sort of two-pronged approach, and Mike is actually leading our effort here on this document. We've met over the last couple months with a number of national organizations, ECA, STAGWID, ECOS, NGA, various groups like that, to kind of talk through the document and our thoughts on it and get some input. And I think we would hope to see at the national level some input from that. We also, for the site-specific sections, we are working with our sites to get input from their local communities and to bring those together. We're still working on all the mechanisms, exactly how that would happen. I will say sort of, though, what you will see in the future, I firmly believe the next generation of this document will be about the same size. And so sometimes it's a question of, well, what's in it and what's not. We make a conscious decision to hit sort of the highlights. It certainly doesn't mean there's not very important work going on just because it's not listed there. It just means, you know, for brevity and making it a document that I think has more of a chance of getting circulation, getting read, we tend to limit the discussion. Those are perfectly, you know, good areas for when we have these discussions with the local sites and at the national level to get input on areas that should be focused on or we should emphasize. But we certainly want input. We're working, like I say, at both the national and local level to get that input. And hopefully, you know, the next generation will be that much stronger document.
So for Mr. Zelovitz, what kind of input would you want to see included in the next iteration? You know, as EM is working to capture that input, what would be the best kind of information from your perspective to try to work in?
So as an elected official, you know, my citizens were always asking me in this topic or any other topic, so what's been done so far, and what is going to be done in the future, and how are you making sure that what's been done is what we want to be done, and how do you provide input that what is going to be done next is also aligned with the community's input. And those are both very fluid areas. I couldn't give you the specific items of what those need to be involved, but it's more about the process. And I appreciate the secretary's input that it's hard to fly the airplane and build it at the same time and all those things. But that is a question that we as representatives of the community have to answer. You know, at what point is the participation being involved is going to come in, and certainly for small communities like Los Alamos and smaller entities, presentations to governing bodies that leads to press input. Press exposure, those regional organizations like the other Davids, that's part of their mission, as well as our missions in local government to promote that conversation. So I think my contributions would be more on the process level of what type of involvement needs to be considered, as opposed to kind of individual aspects, because I really couldn't tell you that, and every facility is really a little bit different on the level of maturity of the effort, what stage they're on, we're close to an end state, are we ready to make the hard decisions about end state and so forth. So I hope that helps answer a little bit the question, Mike.
Thank you. And then we have a question from Kara Colton from UCA. So it's directed for TL and Todd, which is, from your perspective, what are the issues DOE and EM wants to hear from the local communities to incorporate into the vision? Where is the department looking for that input?
Well, Todd, I'm going to actually defer to you on this.
Okay, pass.
Okay. You know, one of the things that I've talked about a number of these various interactions is a very important point for EM to understand is what is the end state the community wants. You know, for a site like, you know, Brookhaven, I think the end state is EM gets done, you turn it back over to Office of Science, they can, you know, continue their mission. Maybe probably the same, Livermore within an SA. But another site like a Portsmouth or a Paducah, you know, is the end state National Wildlife Refuge? Is it a business park? Is it something in between? And that's important because that really drives the cleanup levels we do. Now, you know, in some cases we would love to leave the complete utilities and everything in there. Unfortunately, they're often 40 or 50 years old, the originals. but maybe there's new utilities we put in, and we can then turn those over. So I really think in-state and understanding what the community wants to see at the end is a very important point. I would also argue another one is, and we kind of touched on earlier about moonshots. Hey, if there's something you think your community says, let's go big on, let's get this site done in 10 years, or let's get X mission done in 5 years, or whatever. Hearing that and seeing if there's support, I think is always a great input also moving forward.
I'd say for David Reflog, how can the strategic vision, which as Todd kind of mentioned, is meant to be a high-level document, and it only covers the next 10 years, so from 2021 to 2031, account for kind of a planned or desired end state for a site like Hanford that will go on beyond, the cleanup of Hanford will certainly go beyond 2031. And how can EM work with those local communities to get that better understanding of an end state to be reflected? So, Todd has said DOE wants to hear that. How and same with, and Mr. Zelvitz has said, DOE wants, they locally want to provide that. So how do you bridge that gap and have it accounted for?
Yeah, I think that one of the priorities would be, excuse me, would be in identifying the highest risks, both to the environment and to the workforce and to the population here in the area, and identifying those and having those accurately reflected in the strategic vision would be, I think, very useful. One of the areas that we were, frankly, a little bit concerned about was there's a couple of high risk areas, the 324 building as well as the WESF facility at Hanford, that weren't reflected in the strategic vision, and identifying those or any other high priority risks that we can include in the future, I think would be very helpful.
Thank you. One thing we have heard a lot in this workshop is the idea of a moonshot or a next big thing. I mean, obviously coming off this year with completing Vision 2020 at ETTP, especially as Jim Mullis had in his presentation, that puts it up right there with some of the big iconic successes of the EM program, like Rocky Flats and Fernald in Colorado and Ohio. And I'd ask the panel, and I'll start with maybe Michael, what types of moonshots or these big picture ideas should EM consider as we kind of look to refine the vision for the next decade?
Yeah, so I think there are a number of them around the complex, and we're best at delivering on those moonshots when we're aligned and focused on the completion of a project or the achievement of, as Todd talked about, a mutually understood end state. There's some tremendous opportunities around the complex to go and execute this type of end state work with this type of focus. A focus on turning the Los Alamos cleanup project into a true closure project that could accelerate completion of that scope of work, I think is one that is ripe for an opportunity. There are others that I'm personally less familiar with, but you can think of a targeted cleanup effort at Portsmouth that would mirror the Oak Ridge Vision 2020 type of effort. And then of course, you can accelerate the SRS cleanup now that SWPF is online. So I think that the key is to find them, to drive focus, to have alignment on what cleanup or completion actually means, and then collaborate with discipline on the execution of that vision.
For TL, I wonder how is that kind of concept viewed within DOE? Is that something now worth exploring, kind of setting up for the next moonshot? As Ike has said repeatedly, this is an inflection year for the cleanup program at a number of sites. It kind of sets up that potential opportunity.
Yeah, I think, Mike, that part of what sets up that opportunity, as everyone knows, is the focus, the attention to an in-state model and try to elicit the best ideas. I did want to react to a couple other points. In terms of process, I think it is important to us that we have a process that lets the department know in communities there has been an inclusive process. What we don't want is a few loud voices to crowd out others. And then ideally, we get as close to consensus as possible, and we focus on risk. And if we have an inclusive process that's bringing forth best ideas and strong commitments on goals, and then we have a model that incentivizes creative, productive means to reduce risk and demonstrate process, I think that's the best path forward.
I think one thing David mentioned was, of course, strategic vision doesn't stand on its own. There are a number of other site plans, 5-year, 10-year durations throughout EM. And so I wonder for Todd, how now does the strategic vision kind of align or connect with other initiatives or plan initiatives both at headquarters and in the field? I mean, that's something Ike touched on in his address, was that strategic vision will help to drive a lot of things now going forward to ensure that alignment with the overall vision. So I'm kind of wondering if on a more mechanical level, how that's being considered within EM.
Sure, I think one of the best ways you get that to happen is, you're quite familiar, the individual site sections are not written by headquarters, they're written by the field. And so that document, that information comes out of the local field strategic plans, strategic visions. Almost every site, if not all of them, has something, a 5-year plan, 10-year plan, something like that. So by driving it, not top down, but bottom up, when we get the information about each of the sites, I think that inherently brings in what the local sites have in their documentation and what they're thinking, et cetera. Then you overlay it with where we think budget's going to be over the long term, the decisions Ike often has to make about strategic priorities. We can blend the two together, I think, and then get the focus we need, such as Michael mentioned, getting us all aligned. And so it's very much a group effort putting this document together, much of it organically grown at the sites, with then an overlay of strategic sort of vision and thinking from headquarters. And there's a few other, parts and pieces of it that involve sort of internal DOE mechanisms and workings and things like that. I think it's always important to include for transparency also.
And for Michael, from the outside kind of looking in, how would you recommend that EM kind of utilize that the strategitic vision and incorporate it into how other kind of planning or mission, achieving the mission type functions is done? It can be everything, I'm sure, from tracking contractor performance to budgeting decisions. But I'm curious, kind of what an outside recommendation.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question. I think Todd's right on track. I've often believed that the most important thing that we can do is to keep that vision simple, clear, and straightforward to facilitate what we call discipline, collaboration, and pursuit of mission success. And the power in that document, I think, how it was created with some opportunity for improvement in the next go round, as you've heard, drives alignment from the top to the bottom of the organization. And then in an optimal situation, we would turn as a monolith and drive the budgets to support the strategic plan, because you would now have the deliverables, if you will, to go with the budget dollars. And then, to be fair, as good partners, we should hold each other accountable then for execution on those milestones. And that's really what it's all about. And I think this year's vision is a great step towards it. I think it drives alignment throughout. I think that as we continue to move forward, I think it was Todd that said, look, it's not a 1,700-page document on purpose, right? And maintaining that crisp, clear focus on that vision will be important, so that we can then drive towards execution, hold each other accountable for a system that delivers important work for the nation.
But that raises a good point. How do you keep that focus on the vision itself, right? Because there's so many things that happen in the EM program. I mean, of course, this year, very vivid example of that with the pandemic. There are things, of course, outside anyone's control that then kind of shift where you go. Some of that, of course, has to be incorporated. But how what are ways to make sure that kind of focuses so you don't drift from year to year, perhaps?
Well, I think it's called leadership, right? I mean, we've got an awful lot of leaders from across the complex, government leaders, industrial leaders, community leaders on the phone today. And I think that if we have agreement and alignment on where we are going, then despite the obstacles put before us, it is our collective responsibility to drive to that goal. That is what we have agreed to do as a team. And, you know, you look at, and I'll just, you know, give recognition to the many teams across the complex that have achieved massive deliverables over the past several months, an environment nobody thought they were going to work on. You know, at N3B, they've delivered 199 consent order deliverables while teleworking in a COVID environment. And you can go to any site anywhere in the complex and look what they have done, look what headquarters has done, look what your field offices have done in face of this obstacle. And that is what commitment to a collective goal can do with proper leadership and focus.
Thank you. You know, we mentioned, you know, this was the first time EM's done strategic vision. It's also kind of the first time, at least to my knowledge, in my years dealing with the program, both inside and out, that EM put out a concrete set of annual priorities, a list of accomplishments for this given year. And Todd, as kind of this, what, you know, kind of this built on the strategic vision, but what was EM attempting to achieve by putting out a concrete list of priorities for the calendar year to get done? And of course, you know, I think we've heard a lot, but, you know, in the end, how much do you think of that will be completed?
Well, the purpose was, you know, a number of the panelists have said it is to focus. You know, these were the priorities that Ike laid out for us, and you know, they were listed somewhat in there in a hierarchical order, and it was to keep everyone focused. I might add, you know, we took those priorities and they flowed down in various mechanisms such as PBIs or fee associated work in various contracts, you know, sort of internally in DOE. Those priorities became, you know, deliverables in performance plans, even for various site managers or myself or Ike or whoever. And so I think that brings it together there. You know, moving forward, or, you know, other benefits, I think, from it were very much the point that was made earlier. Here's what we want to do. And now, at the end of the year, we're going to show, hey, we did pretty well. You know, if I were to guess on there, you know, if you sort of go through the whole list and knock them out, you know, there's probably 20 or so different items on there. I would think all but a handful, I think we will meet or come very close to meeting and, you know, moving forward. I might add also, even when we put this together, even without COVID, we thought this would be a challenge, and we did that for a reason. You know, we want to shoot high. We didn't want to have a vanilla document that just laid out things that everyone knew you were going to meet. We wanted concrete deliverables that were challenged, that we had to work to get to. And you know, in most cases, we will get there. And that's a good thing because it builds credibility for the program. It builds credibility with Congress. You know, in recent years, Congress has been very supportive, as seen through the appropriations that we've gotten. And I think these kind of documents and short-term deliverables just help with that in moving forward.
For David Reflog, you know, as EM looks to start developing the 2021 priority list for that given year, what are some of the factors the program should consider as that list is being put together?
I think, like I was saying before, identifying what the highest risks are, also where there's the opportunities to make the most progress. With the Hanford side, obviously one of the top priorities is getting the direct feed low activity waste facility up and operational. And so that clearly has to be very high on the priority list. And then I think one of the other things that I would suggest is looking for opportunities to, again, maybe the win-wins, where there might be some opportunities for alignment between PNL, the national laboratory here, as well as the Hanford site. And we are potentially looking at some new opportunities in nuclear, and there might be some opportunities to use new nuclear for both the Hanford site as well as PNL. And so that's something we might want to think about it as well.
Yeah, and Michael, I'd like your take on this. And I think David raises an interesting point, which is, you know, you look for things that can either drive down risk or can be, you know, scope that can be completed and get that mark of completion. But sometimes those aren't the same. It can be, you know, sometimes things that do the most risk reduction take multiple years to achieve. So is there any thought of, you know, are there benefits on an annual basis of trying to focus one way or another, showing that discrete scopes of work can get done, to Todd's point, and kind of help maintain that trust and credibility, or focus whittling down maybe a higher risk project that might take a few years to achieve?
Yeah, Mike, I think you have to do both, right? So execution breeds credibility. I think Todd is exactly right. So having discrete accomplishments that we can collectively point to claim success breeds future success as a team. I also think, though, that it's important to think about what risk we're actually working on, right? So we have a tendency to focus in, when we talk about risk, we talk an awful lot about technical risk, and we look at things through that lens and through that perspective. And I might suggest that doesn't always marry up with the perceived risk from our community partners. So I think there's a discussion in that system that needs to take place where we're executing both the highest technical risk, but also the risk that is most worrisome to our communities. You know, look, at the end of the day, our people live in these communities. These communities are our communities. It is a system of collective responsibility that the work that we're doing matters. So I think the perception of risk in the communities married up with the technical risk is a very important conversation for us to have. And then again, success is based on success. So I do believe very strongly that we need to have discrete bites of work that we can put a check mark by, that not only shows that we can execute, but also makes the communities within which we live and of which we are a massive part more comfortable with our relationship.
Thank you. One question we've gotten in from the audience is, and it's somewhat timely, is how can DOE and the local communities assure that long-term alignment on an end state, especially, you know, when you have elections, administrations can change, local officials can change. Of course, I know one of the great things ECA does as a whole is work to help educate local officials that may be new to their roles on the DOE mission, on the cleanup program. So maybe I'll start with David Izraelevitz of, you know, how do you ensure that long-term alignment stays, even though players on both sides can come and go?
Well, one thing that communities can do, and we do, is have conversations with our delegations, our congressional delegations, with different appropriation committees, and they listen to us, and that is part of the job that we have, so that we can support the appropriate funding, and we have done that as individual communities and also in regional organizations. We have a organization called the Regional Coalition of Lionel Communities, where we're constant communications with congressional staff about what the president's budget is and what the congressional budget is. So that is one thing that we can do to impress about the right resources, whether it's budgetary or otherwise, and hold everybody accountable to that. I wanted to, if I may, I wanted to go back to one of the issues that was raised by Mr. Schrader about input that the communities can give, which is, you know, the desired end state, and that is still that is also part of that communication process, because as communities, we have to understand what are, maybe it's called risk, maybe it's cost benefit of different types of end states. So what are the, if it's economic development, what are the economic development implications of different types of end state? What are the health implications in Los Alamos of truckloads, as was mentioned by Michael? Definitely every truckload out of DP Road is going to go down our main street. So what are the trade-offs? TA21 is one of our major cleanup sites. So how do we communicate to the community? Yes, one end state involves a certain types of community risk, technical risk, time risks, economic development risks. So that's part of what this communication process provides, is an opportunity for the community to really understand what those trade-offs are. And then as elected officials, we can advocate for the community's view. And I also appreciate what TL had mentioned about kind of loud voices versus consensus view. In a sense, that's what every elected official is confronted with. How do you disambiguate all these different voices that are saying all sorts of things, and you have a very loud individual in a council meeting, but that that doesn't represent the community's view. It's just a specific advocacy, and that's kind of part of our job. That's why I think it's so important to really have a good communication between the formal organizations that represent the community, of course, as well as different expert groups, advocacy groups, but we're the ones that, in a sense, can help the process by helping that come to a conclusion, come to a consensus, and where do we go from here, and a resolution. Everybody can point to a resolution by elected bodies that said, yes, this is what we want as a community. This is what we want, and have a clear message. Another point I wanted to make, which end state is what do you define as an end state? We have a situation in Los Alamos where we had a property that was transferred over to the county after complete cleanup. We start digging, and we find some contamination in there. One, I guess, proposal is that your long-term vision also include in some way these contingencies where how do you go back and re-examine when you thought you had an end state and you could just put it aside. You have to come back and revisit it, and EM is no longer the landlords. So whose responsibility, where does it fall? How do you re-engage the community to make sure that in our case, it was something that got resolved, and it was very good communications, and we were able to move forward. But that's another point that I scribbled down that I wanted to mention once the issue of end states came up. So anyway, I hope that answers your question a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. And then TL, wondering from your perspective, how can on the DOE side to ensure that alignment as administrations may change or new leadership comes into the programs, but that you still kind of maintain that long-term alignment with a vision reached with the communities?
I think that ideally, a plan that emerges from an inclusive process is most likely to survive the volatility of electoral politics over time. I thought the point about perceived risks versus technical risks is also a very important one, because if the stakeholders, again, feel and see demonstrable progress, if they can see that we are rowing towards the North Star, there's going to be less volatility in the program.
Thank you. I'd like to, given the timeframes of EM, how can EM continue to maintain the momentum and level of support, especially generated by this year's accomplishments going forward? 2020 is on track to be such a banner year for the program, and builds on I worked on a project today about pulling together accomplishments in the last few years. And when you see it all put together, it is an impressive list of progress across the complex from Hanford to ETech. And so how do you maintain that momentum going forward? Well, let's start off with Todd on this one.
One, I think, many of these projects and many of the work that we lay out in the strategic vision is a multi-year project. And so, things like aligning the contracting community, getting the contracts in place, as Norb talked about earlier, some of these contracts go on almost 15 years. Putting those in place, I think, keeps your momentum going. I also think being successful builds on it. I mean, I often joke, everyone likes a winner, right? And so the more we can succeed, then as new people come into these jobs, whether it's politicals or careers, career people change out all the time too. You lay out momentum and you lay out paths for them to have success and for them to have victories. Me and Ike have talked about this. Yeah, this was a banner year, but every year can be a banner year somewhere around the complex, and because there'll be another big thing happening. I think it was the earlier today, Valerie was talking about, Hanford's going to be the great story here in another year or two with their startup in Idaho and things. So I think just maintaining success, there will always be some victories there moving forward. And then keeping the overall vision of where you're going is, the long-term vision, and putting out the short-term potentials for victory, I think certainly help. I mean, there's nothing that me and Ike came up with when we came in that's different than what was talked about for many years. We just sort of maybe focused it a little bit more or communicated it a little bit different. But, we're building on the success of the people before us also. And so just keep succeeding, keep delivering on your promises, and I think that's how you keep it moving.
What's your take on this, Michael? I remember one of the early cleanup workshops, former Secretary Moniz made a joke, equating EM to a cathedral, that generations that are working on it today won't see the successes that come, and that got a lot of laughs at the time. But I think that also, was a little bit of a double-edged comment, because it's easy for a program to lose support or kind of bleed away if it's going to go on for decades and decades. And so I'm curious, how can that be countered, especially, when we may not, even as Todd said, you can have success every year, but, obviously we probably won't have another SWPF next year. Hanford will be in, two more years. So how do you kind of maintain that when you may not have such big accomplishments as you last had?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple things, right? So some of the accomplishments that you're talking about would equate to putting up a whole wall or a wing of a cathedral, but you build those bad boys one brick at a time. And this journey is going to be executed one brick at a time. So I think there's a couple of things to think about. In my view, the best way to maintain momentum is, and Todd referenced it, is rooted in alignment on the goals. Sustained high performance by your industrial partners, and then a clear focus on executing the mission in accordance with our high standards. And if you do that day in and day out, whether it's a big milestone or a small milestone, that matters, and that's progress. And a lot of the other answer is leadership, right? So if you think about the folks on the phone, many of the folks on the phone are not politicals. And with all due respect to politicals, right, there's limited lifetime components, as the administrator says. It's really the responsibility of the rest of us to provide the continuity and leadership to execute this program. And we need to ensure in the process that every one of our people across the complex understand that what we're doing in this program is vital, it's urgent, it's important, and that our collective success or failure is going to echo for years to come. What we're doing in support of the EM mission matters. And as leaders in this organization, it is our responsibility to ensure that our people understand that. And if they understand that, then the people that they elect will learn to understand that. And you don't fix what's not broken. And I really believe in that.
And I'd say for David Reflog on a local level and in the local communities, how do you, obviously the communities of course have the long-term support because they're the most directly impacted. I want to see the work done, but how do you marshal that long-term support to add to the collective, as Michael said? Did we lose David? Okay, we may have lost David. The last question I have, because I know we're coming up kind of near to the panel, and I think this one, hopefully will prompt some discussion, is, and this will be for everybody, and I'll start with TL. As we look to make, kind of do the next iteration of strategic vision for the next decade, let's say 21 to 31, what do you see as the largest challenge facing EM?
The largest challenge is to, in my mind, to step back, is to have a culture that is pursuing, you can use different terms, a performance culture, a good to great culture, but the ability to look at ourselves as we go and say, even what's good, how can it be better? Or if it's adequate, why isn't it good? I mean, we need to be candid with ourselves and with our partners, and we need to be ambitious and to be open to self-criticism and accountability and to drive that. I think that cultural point is of vital importance to all of this. And I think that's the one thing I haven't heard, but I do think is vitally important.
Thank you. And for David, what, especially in your community, what do you see as the largest challenge the program faces going forward?
Well, it's the largest challenge, but also the greatest opportunity, which is communicating to a public that is not technically engaged on the details of very, very complicated trade-offs. How do we, and with the assistance of your local governments and local organizations, how do you present those trade-offs in a way that you get this alignment that we're all looking for? In a sense, local officials have to navigate that all the time. We're always presented with budgetary constraints, and yes, some of them are driven by local politics and the wins. But I think, at least at the local level, there's a lot more continuity and alignment from over time, because it's more a cohesive group that are trying to do something together. So housing was an issue in Los Alamos before I came on council. It's going to be such after economic development. So I think that's the communication aspect. How do we present the information, develop trust, communicate the great wins that have happened in Los Alamos and in other places in a way that people can understand and appreciate that, even though we're not at 100%, because that is going to take a long time, we are moving progress, and we are making definitive positive progress over time.
Thank you. Michael, I'll turn the question over to you. And I also wonder if you might want to touch on an interesting point TL raised, which is the idea of instilling that kind of self-questioning, critical mindset into the program from kind of an industry view, what's needed to do that, or is that needed?
Yeah, so it's absolutely essential in our business, and I agree completely. One of the cornerstones of our culture at HII is exactly that. It's that constructive dissatisfaction with the status quo, right? The acknowledgement that as good as you are at what you do, you can, should, and have an obligation to work to be better. That's just, it needs to be part of who you are as an individual and part of who we are as a large integrated team, and that will drive performance forward without a doubt. I would tell you that I think the other aspect, the biggest challenge we have, I agree with what everyone has said, but I would submit to you, I think our biggest challenge over the next decade is the recruitment, development, and retention of the right people to execute the work that we have the responsibility to execute. You know, one of our strategic imperatives at HII right now is producing a leadership factory of engaged, diverse, and inclusive employees. And you see that in the work that we've done with our partners out in Los Alamos with the boot camps we've put together, the collaborations with the colleges, with the creation of the apprenticeship programs. We've been doing that at Savannah River. It's part of what I think we need to find a way to do across the complex to drive economic opportunity and development into the communities by helping people develop to execute this critically important work in accordance with the standards. I think it's a collective responsibility, and I've got to tell you, it's hard work. This is hard work that we collectively do in recruiting and retaining highly qualified, committed, constructively dissatisfied individuals to drive the mission forward. I think is our biggest challenge and maybe our most important challenge for us to collectively work on.
Thank you. And then I'll let Todd wrap up from EM itself. What is seen as kind of the greatest challenge going forward?
No, I definitely, I'll go first to what Michael just said. It's the workforce. You know, last year, I believe we celebrated our 30th anniversary, so it's 31 years. I may be wrong, but there may not be anyone left who was originally here when we started, right? The generation has turned over in EM. You know, when I was at WIP, I saw this too. We were down to maybe like 4 people who had been there when the first initial shafts had been drilled. So, you know, bringing that workforce in is vitally important, identifying and bringing them in. But then also, I think it ties very much to what TL said, having the culture and having the questioning attitude and having that in place so that when they come in, they quickly become part of your team and part of the solution moving forward. The one other interesting aspect of the workplace that we've seen recently with the expanded telework is it does give you a question of, are there different ways you can bring in new people? Now, you know, obviously at a work site, you know, people who are tearing down a building, that's pretty tough to do via telework until we all get our personal robots that we can send to work. So, but there's a lot of, I call it the backroom work that, you know, does everyone really need to be in Washington? Does everyone really need to be in a certain place? Why can't I have, you know, a contracting officer in Los Alamos and a budget person in Oak Ridge and their supporting headquarters? You know, are there ways we can leverage technology and telework? Now that we've kind of proven we can do it moving forward. I think it's a challenge, the workforce in the future, but I think there's some opportunities to do things a little bit differently too as we move forward.
Thank you. And I wanted to say, I know we're right at time, so I want to say thank you to all of our panelists for a very engaging discussion. I know we're gearing up. I'll turn over to Seth Short, our closing speaker, Undersecretary Dabbar. And for those of you who have sent in answers, what is behind me is one of the K reactors at Hanford. I was fortunate enough to be out there for the celebration on the transfer of the K basin sludge. So with that, I will turn it over back to Seth. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mike, and thank you to the panel. It was a really great session, and I really enjoyed it. Very insightful as well. So thank you to all of the speakers. We're getting ready to have our keynote speaker for today. I just want to, one of the questions that was asked is, when will the video be available? And I expect it really to be available in the next couple of weeks. We have it available immediately. What we do is we try and split it into the different sections, and that just takes us a little bit of time to do that. But it should be up, and we will send a message out to everybody who has participated to let them know that as well. With that, let me introduce Mayor Casper. I think Paul is on right now. Mayor Casper, there we go. I just want to say, thank you to you. You're a real leader. You're the mayor of Idaho Falls and an executive board member. You're officially the secretary of ECA, but you're someone who works tirelessly on all of these different issues. You're helping launch one of our new initiatives, which we really appreciate. And you're always a strong advocate, not only for your community, but for all the communities around the country. So we really appreciate that. With that, let me hand it over to Mayor Casper.
Well, thank you very much, Seth. And I will tell you that for those of you who are inclined to be excited about new nuclear initiatives, we did roll that out as mentioned earlier, and as Seth just alluded to, our new nuclear initiatives webpage on the ECA website. And we are dedicating some resources to try to have a really good conversation on that from the community level and try to engage there. But today, it's my privilege to be able to introduce our keynote speaker, Paul Dabbar, the Department of Energy's 4th Undersecretary for Science. Undersecretary Dabbar's leadership is key to the work that all of us do on a daily basis. Among other things, Undersecretary Dabbar manages both the EM, environmental management, and the legacy management missions of the department. He serves DOE as its principal advisor on fundamental energy research, energy technologies, and science. He has direct management over a majority of the department's national labs. He's the lead for technology commercialization activities for the department. We've talked about that today. And that includes all 17 labs and he's doing the work of helping new science and innovation become commercially viable. The legacy of the U.S. legacy of nuclear weapons production and nuclear research, nuclear energy research is so very important to address, because we all know that all of this legacy waste that we deal with, that we manage, that we work to process and essentially eliminate in its present form, all of that in the eyes of the public can really be a dead weight for future innovation. And so it's so important that we don't just treat it as just one more project, but it really is key to being able to ignite more excitement around future science and nuclear technologies. Undersecretary Dabbar's career path leading to his current DOE leadership position has also been very impressive. He had an extensive career in the energy sector, working in operations and finance, strategy type roles. His experiences are myriad, and as a utility person in my community, I will tell you that his portfolio is broad. It includes solar, wind, geothermal, distributed generation, utility work, pipeline issues, oil and gas, energy commodities and trading, and of course, all things nuclear. And like so many of the accomplished professionals in this industry, Undersecretary Dabbar comes to us from the nuclear Navy, serving in both Mare Island and Pearl Harbor. There's way more to his story. There's a spouse, there are 2 children, there's graduate work to talk about, and so on. But the longer I talk, the less you get to hear and learn from the Undersecretary himself. So I'll just say that, Mr. Undersecretary, if there's any time remaining, when you've concluded your remarks, we're going to have questions for you. And in fact, those of you in the audience, don't forget to use the Q&A feature, and we'll get to as many as time will allow. And Undersecretary Dabbar, the talking stick is yours. Uh-oh, I think you might be still muted. Let's get him unmuted.
All right, you hear me? Right, okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And the only thing that I want to apologize for is I went prototype in Connecticut and not in Idaho, so I apologize for that. But the Navy made that selection, so I at least I didn't have anything to do with that. Well, thank you for that kind introduction. And partnership with the communities is a bedrock of I think how we have a leadership team and the whole EM program over the course of its history has gone back, and hopefully we're executing on that currently in terms of that partnership. It's been certainly a major effort by us across the EM program. Today is obviously a very interesting time frame, a very challenging time frame, dealing with COVID. It's obviously a significant challenge with occupational health, with everyone who works at all the sites, and that's everyone who are members of everyone's community here, and keeping them safe is the most important topic. You know, our other partners who in the broader DOE footprint who work at the national labs are working on over 100 COVID-related research projects, helping drug discovery for therapeutics and vaccines, and doing imaging, and many other things. And I'd like to thank everyone in every one of the communities out there in which you know, people in your communities are helping solve this challenging problem. You know, the whole EM workforce, the 30,000 people who work in the EM footprint, I think is very much dedicated to cleanup. And as I meet with not only local officials, but union representatives on a regular basis, I have a strong degree of confidence that we're all aligned on how to execute on that. I think, as all of you know, we've been talking about this for over 3 years now, 3.5 years, that Secretary Perry and Secretary Brouillette have made cleanup a priority. When they asked me to take this on over the last 3 years, I had already had about a 12-year experience with the EM program, now up to 15, and very excited about what the possibilities were. And I'm going to go through here today what we've accomplished. And I want everyone to listen very carefully to what I'm about to go through, because the list of accomplishments of what's happened in the near term and what's about to come up is truly dramatic for those of you who've been in the EM program for a long time and have that history. Under the strong leadership of Ike White and Todd Schrader, EM is on the precipice of a transformational decade, and frankly, a transformational next year or two, as I'll go through the list of things that have happened and are about to happen. And I think the workforce is making tremendous progress, even during the course of this challenging year. Let me start by going through what we have recently completed across the EM complex. This is not a short list, and this is, and from my point of view, a dramatic list. So let me go through that with you. At Hanford, we have just completed the D&D of the plutonium finishing plant. The K reactor, the last operating plutonium reactor at Hanford, and the K Basin project, which is removing the radioactive sludge, has been completed and moved away from the Columbia River, and it was completed ahead of schedule and under budget. With the cleanup activities at the 16, 18, 19 burial ground have been complete. On contaminated water on pump and treat, we have done more than 8 billion gallons, and we've surpassed goals for pump and treat every single year. And just a few weeks ago, Secretary Brouillette cut the ribbon at the lab building at DF Law, the first of the 3 buildings to be completed at the DF Law complex. At Portsmouth, the first 80 acres of the land at the Portsmouth site was transferred to the Southern Ohio Diversification Initiative for Economic Development. In New York, we completed the D&D of Sprue. At West Valley, we completed the D&D of the West Valley vitrification plant, and 6 of the 7 main plant support structure buildings are down at the West Valley complex. At Savannah River, we have completed the construction of the salt waste processing facility that was originally conceived of in 2001. Ike, Todd, and the broad team and everyone at the site and all the contractors completing that major construction project, and we're in the process of commissioning that. At ETEC in California, we reached an agreement, Secretary Perry and Secretary Brouillette reached an agreement with Governor Newsom on how to move forward with the cleanup of the ETEC site. The first time an agreement between the department and state of California was met since 2011. We are now of the 10 buildings. We started that D&D project in July. There are 10 buildings. We are done with 8. And it's only September. And we intend to, the 9th one is supposed to be completed today. We'll be down to 1 building, completed in about a 2-month time frame. And we are on target for completing that ahead of schedule. And it will be on budget since it's a fixed contract. At Oak Ridge, we have completed the cleanup of ETTP, the original K25 gaseous diffusion plant. We completed that D&D 4 years ahead of schedule with a savings of $500 million ahead of schedule, ahead of budget. Okay, everyone absorb that for a quick second. We just completed the K25 D&D project at Oak Ridge 4 years ahead of schedule, $500 million below our baseline. And we look forward to having an event on that with the congressional delegation here in about a month. At Idaho, as everyone knows, we've completed the AMWTP mission. We're done. At WIP, we're executing on the major ventilation and other infrastructure upgrades. So that is what we've just completed just about in the last year. Let me tell you what we have coming up approximately in the next 12 months. At Hanford, we intend to complete the rest of the buildings at the DF-Law complex, and we're targeting to do that by the end of the first quarter of this coming year. If it wasn't for delays associated with COVID, our plan would have been to complete the DF-Law complex this fall. But once again, we are on target with completing the construction of DF-Law in the first quarter of 2021. I think for all of us who've been around this enterprise for a long time, for us on how the waste treatment plant and all the delays and all the challenges, what I just said, to be repetitive, is that we're completing DF-Law. In New York, we're going to be completing the D&D of the last legacy project at the Brookhaven National Lab, which is the high flux beam reactor stack. Is planning to come up. We also plan to transfer sprue back to naval reactors. In Nevada, we are preparing for an on-time and on-budget transfer of the Nevada Tonopah test site to the Office of Legacy Management. This will be the first transfer of an EM site to legacy management, which was Mound, since 2012. This leadership team is moving just as it has in the past, but now for the first time in quite a long time, we're moving land away from EM to long-term legacy management. And by the way, we're contemplating whether we do that at K25 at Oak Ridge also. In Idaho, we expect to complete the IWTU processing plant in the near future. And I want to step back and just kind of wrap it up of the big nuclear construction projects. We've just completed the 3 big nuclear projects. Never before, to quote Ike White on this, never before has EM completed 3 unique nuclear operating facilities at the same time. And we're doing that with IWTU, salt waste, and completing DF-Law. All at the same time, all unique, all getting done now. At Oak Ridge, we're breaking ground on the mercury treatment facility at the Y12 plant. And as I mentioned about salt waste and DF-Law, one of the interesting things that we did at DF-Law was when we ran into challenges in terms of the feed and the feed treatment going into DF-Law, this leadership team looked at options so that we were heading down the path of possibility delaying again at DF-Law and coming up and looking at the TISCR technology that had been spearheaded at Savannah River site, and the technology had been tested and proved. We identified that that was a solution that could be added in to the DF-Law feed treatment, and that we were going to be able to maintain our time frame for the delivery of DF-Law. And we solved a problem by taking a look at new chemistry science that was once again spearheaded at Savannah River. and shows a great example of how new technology and new science can help solve challenges that come up. Now I want to talk about how did we get here, okay? This list of what we've just accomplished, what Ike, Todd, Betsy, Nicole, part of the team now, with all the site managers, with all the contractors, how did we get here? We got here because of a lot of partnership, but a lot of visibility and transparency, not pointing fingers, but holding people accountable and having the right bar. One of the major projects when we came in not that long ago, let's say the last couple of years, was regularly losing budget, running ahead of budget and slipping in schedule on a monthly basis. Continuously, things were slipping. And one of the things that we did, I think, at all these major projects was getting the senior leadership team together associated with the project and identifying the PMIs, taking a look at it once a month, including myself, the senior leadership team from EM, the site, and senior leadership, as well as the site leadership of the contractors, pulling in the most senior people from DOE, the most senior people from the contractors, site, and corporate, and taking a look at the actual data and identifying what the challenges were and how we could work together to arrest slippage and how we can not only arrest slippage, but recover slippage. And setting the bar high that we should not only be accomplishing what we're supposed to be getting done, but doing it well is the standard and the bar that we should all be working towards. And that cultural change, I think, is beginning to happen. And one of the main things I want to get away, I want everyone to take away from this, is that the standard that we're setting should be that we can work together, that if we're doing the proper contract management and we're doing the proper the project planning, that on a regular basis, we should, and we can deliver projects on time and on schedule. If we're not doing it on time and on schedule, we're actually not doing the planning right, we're not doing the design right, and we're not doing the oversight, and we don't, if we're not doing it on a regular basis, there's something wrong with our whole process. And right now, as you heard, many examples of on time and on budget, and even several dramatic ahead of schedule and under budget. So the bar has been set, and in the near term, people are accomplishing. And people have heard me talk about this before, but I'm going to say it again. We, as a program, are getting on what I call the virtuous circle. The virtuous circle starts with us performing. People here, contractors, DOE, local community, all working together, all working hard, and having successes. We are now not only on the on-ramp, which I think the last time I was talking about this topic, probably about 9-12 months ago, but we're fully on the circle of performance. And now we can go to our stakeholders and say, we're getting things done, and we're getting things done well, right, with the data that I just gave you. And the fact that we are a program that's performing and performing well causes our stakeholders to want to support us more. That is how, I keep on coming back to how do we get additional budget and additional support, how we maintain our budget. It's by performing. And now when we regularly go talk to our stakeholders, especially up on the Hill, and we're able to go through the list that I just went through, we can point out one after another of successful execution. And the comments that this program has had in the past about not being able to perform and not being able to hit compliance requirements or plan requirements or cost requirements, we now can give them not only a few, but a list of things that is now succeeding. And as I might make Todd or Ike smile here right now, we actually had OMB come and want to talk with us about what's going well in the EM program and what other areas of government can learn from EM's execution. So I want everyone to absorb what I just said between the list, the outside acknowledgement of that list and that performance about why we got here. And if there's one thing about the virtuous circle is it's great that we have success, but the virtuous circle means that we need to continue every single day. And every single day means every single project that whether, Betsy's working on or Mark Whitney's working on or, anyone else who's on here, Brian, is that we can't rest on the laurels of what just happened. I'm sorry, Brian, K-Basin was great. Ahead of schedule, under budget. What's the next, what's the next one, right? And so it's important for all of us to have the standard of performance that if there's a challenge that's coming up in terms of slippage of the schedule or budget, that there's transparency and people don't hide it, that we address it up front quickly and we address it quickly together as a team from senior down to the deck plate level of any execution. The other major thing that I think, as you all know, that we executed on was 2 major policy changes. I want to get everyone an update on those. That includes the high-level waste reclassification and the contract change structure to the EM contract. As many of you know, to address risks associated with radioactive tank waste, we are moving forward with transparent, deliberate implementation of the interpretation of high-level radioactive waste issued by the department last year. This science-based interpretation allows for reprocessing of waste defined in accordance with what the radioactive content is, not just how it was made. As someone whose first job in the Navy was Chem Radcon assistant, this makes eminent sense from a radiological point of view. This has the potential to reduce the time of radioactive waste being stored at DOE sites and increase the safety of workers, the public, and the environment. The second major policy change that we implemented, that we're in the middle of implementing, is the contract changes to our major contracts in EM. We have ones coming up at Hanford, Idaho, Savannah River, Portsmouth, and Paducah. It is a significant amount of work. If you want to at least give a little bit of leeway to the feds in terms of their workload, recontracting the whole footprint is a material amount of work that everyone is going through. And obviously everyone in the contractor community who's bidding on all of these are also putting in significant amount of work and ideas about how do we move forward into the next phase at each site. Using end-straight contracting model, we think is the best value for taxpayers, encourage innovation on the part of our contractors, and bringing the best partners and partners' ideas to the table. This approach improves on acquisition processes to achieve accelerated cleanup and taxpayer savings, and also accelerate risk reduction. Using the IDIQ model, the indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity, we will be able to negotiate scope, cost, and schedule on specific elements of work through task orders instead of putting into place cost-based contracts that spend 10 years plus. I think, as many people know, trying to predict year by year for a 10-year complicated project is challenging, to say the least. And there were many challenges in terms of the relationship, the management, and the achievement of things that were mapped out some 10 years ago, when obviously there are things that come up that are different over the course of time in terms of risk challenge, in terms of process challenges. This will allow us to do specific task orders, have better clarity, shorter time horizons, more accurate costs, and more accurate schedules. And this innovation will allow for improved accountability. EM will certainly continue to be a demanding client and expect the contractors perform in a safe and effective cost manner. And it gives us the flexibility that if a certain contractor is having a challenge with a portion of the contract, we have the ability to shift task orders and to try to keep things on time and on budget. Another major policy area that we've executed on, the third one, the last major one I'll discuss here, is around the M&O contract at Savannah River National Labs. SRNL has been run very well as a national lab, but I think as many of you know, I talked quite a bit about how it was the only lab that did not have a major research partner as part of the M&O contract. Once again, Savannah River National Lab has been run very well, but the way national labs have been run is that they have research as obviously their core mission, and bringing in especially other research organizations, including possibly other local universities who bring significant value to the table in terms of ideas, generation, and being able to hire people and to drive. That's how we work at every one of the other national labs. And so at the end of the day, we decided to separate out the M&O contract away from the Savannah River site contract and have a standalone national lab contract. By the way, it was the only lab contract that did have this combination. So we're just making it like every other national lab contract. And we've taken the bids, and the team are reviewing those. And we look forward to that process and hopefully achieve the sort of goals I was just laying out in terms of accelerating Savannah River National Lab in terms of its impact to research in a number of different areas. So, in conclusion, that's where we're at. I think this is a very positive place. This is what I would call hard-won optimism. There's a long history of this program of challenges that we've run into. For us to have achieved what we've achieved over the last 12 to 24 months, from my point of view, I think is truly amazing. If you hear those numbers again of material ahead of schedule and under budget, meaning that those contingencies were not needed. Periodically, they should not be needed if we do things right. And regularly, we shouldn't exceed it. And we're setting the right standard. And we have not only what we've just achieved, but a wall of success we see coming in front of us. Stunning things like finishing DF Law in the very short term and beginning the commissioning process. I'm very, very excited about how we've engaged with the community in terms of the acceleration of the cleanup and meeting the requirements. I've always said it's EM's obligation for us to take the first step to achieve. And we can talk with our communities and show with strength of achievement and how we can work together from working and working well. And I think hopefully all the local communities, Idaho and the others, hopefully you're beginning to see our achievement and that we're good participants and stakeholders in each and every one of your communities. But once again, we can't rest on our laurels. Every single day is a hard day. Every single day is hard for us to keep on time and on schedule and on budget. And so while we're not only just on the on-ramp, like I said 9 months ago, now that we're on the virtuous circle, we only stay in the virtuous circle and get the support that we do from our stakeholders if we work hard every single day. And I have confidence that this community can do that. So that's my comments, and glad to take a few questions as might be interesting.
Well, you know, I have several questions, but our time is spent. Let me just do two things, Seth, before I throw it back to you. One is, Mr. Undersecretary, thank you for starting off and leading with accomplishments. I think it calls to mind a reference that is scriptural, so it might be familiar to some, but by their fruits ye shall know them, right? And if we are doing our job as local officials, we will be able to turn to that list and even the much more personalized one that we have for each of our own communities, and really help our communities to see that and understand it so that we can keep optimism high. There's way too much cynicism swirling around us these days, and you allow us with that list to keep optimism high. The second thing I wanted to, I guess, thank you for is describing what comes with maybe a breath of fresh air, and that is culture change. It appears that you and Ike White are leading culture change at EM. And if you were to give each one of us a poll, you know, a piece of paper, we could write down some suggestions to give you for things in EM's culture that we wish would change. But you appear to have begun that effort, and it is very welcome. And so thank you for creating this culture of accountability and being project-based, being science-driven, always. all of those things are very meaningful, and we appreciate that. The last thing I'll say is that you gave us the virtuous circle. Marty gave us the 3 pillars of EM. Ron Woody gave us the image of the tried and true, if not very earthy, milking stool, the 3-legged milking stool. My reference for today is nowhere near as lofty or Americana-ish. It's more that I think of, when I think of the National Cleanup Workshop, I think of the 3 amigos. We've got the leadership of DOE, we've got the hosting and the partnership of the local communities. There's a lot of passion there, don't forget that. And finally, we have the expertise and the talent of the contractors. And I think this meeting today, only 5 hours instead of 2 days, but it has definitely taught us a bit about how the 3 amigos work well together. So with that, Seth, I'm going to toss it to you to talk about next year.
Thank you, Mayor Casper. Thank you, Undersecretary Dabbar. We really appreciate it. I also want to thank our chair, Ron Woody, and the leadership of our executive board for really, and the FCOG executive board as well, for really pushing through. We weren't sure if we were going to have this meeting for a long time. We went back and forth. We thought about even trying to have it in person. I'm going to say way back in April or May. But this has worked out really well, and we really appreciate it. And, you know, what we really want to do is also, you know, tell you that next year our meeting's already set for September 8th through the 10th. We look forward to having you all there at that particular meeting in person, being able to, you know, exchange ideas, meet on the side, and actually say hello to each other and ask questions about each other's families and other types of things, because we are one big family, really, as we work on these different things, you know, because we all do have the same interest to see the successes, to see the accomplishments, to see this program move forward. I also just want to thank the staff again, the staff who really have put everything together, and you know, the 2 leadership or the 3 leadership staff really that put this together, Dylan Kama, Autumn Bogus, and Anita Caruso at EM. You know, really thank you. I want to thank Mike Narker and Marty Schneider for the leadership. Always just fantastic on this. I also want to leave the last word for Marty. So let me hand it over, and thank you all again for participating.
Thanks, Seth. I think we've certainly shown once again the value of this dialogue, whether you call it the 3 amigos, the 3 pillars of the stool, or you know, whatever you want to call it. It really has moved the dialogue forward, and I just want to thank each and every one of you for your participation, to thank our speakers, to thank the leadership of ECA and FCOG and DOE for continuing to support this meeting. And most of all, I look forward to seeing you in person September 8th through the 10th, 2021, back in Alexandria. So thank you, and have a great evening. Stay safe.